Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue à l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, rassemblement virtuel sur le principe de Jordan, innovation et détermination des Premières Nations. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, wherever you might be. Maybe you're in the Atlantic Ocean somewhere. So welcome to the Assembly of First Nation virtual gathering on Jordan's Principle, First Nations Innovation and Determination. My name is Matthew Kershane. I'll be your chair for today, as well as yesterday, and we have one more day tomorrow. So I do want to welcome everyone. I want to do a couple of announcements, go over our agenda, what happened yesterday, go over our agenda today, and then start our official agenda. Let's get some panelists up here. So in terms of today, what we have planned for today, we have a couple of panelists. We'll have a Innovation Jordan's Principle Part A, Care and Service Models. We'll be joined by Gwen Travers, Kelly Hawley, Jessica Gaines, and Julien Castonguay, who will talk a little bit about care and service models. We'll then be joined by Julia Knott, Kelly Hawley, Jessica Gaines again, and Lydia Jones and Julien once again. So Julien is going to be our standing committee member, and we'll talk about administrative models later on this afternoon. And finally, our final workshop will be on substantive equality in the context of Jordan's Principle. We got a little bit of a substantive equality conversation yesterday, and we'll continue that conversation today. And Stuart, Dave, and Sarah will join us, who was with us, I guess, yesterday. Of course, we opened our session with Ed Sackney, our knowledge keeper. And you'll notice on the screen, too, we do have the ASL translation. So I want to thank them for being with us today. That also limits us, though, in terms of our language use. So we'll predominantly be in English to make sure that we do have the ASL translation. Il y a de la traduction simultanée pour ceux qui sont francophones. So there is simultaneous translation for those who wish to work in French or English. So that's available to you. But we'll predominantly be working in English to make sure that we have the ASL translation. So yesterday we opened with Ed, and then we had some a little overview of the day and the activities of the AFN Chiefs Committee by Regional Chief Kevin Hart. We also were lucky to have Dr. Cindy Blackstock join us yesterday talking about the journey. You know, she honors Jordan River Anderson and their family, as she always does when she comes to these kinds of sessions. She provided an overview of the journey so far, highlighted decisions that have been taken so far by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and also shared with us the work that still needs to be done. Following Cindy, we were provided with an update on the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal by Stuart Wetke of the AFN and David Taylor and Sarah Clark from the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society. So we had a panel of lawyers. Sometimes we have a panel of doctors, a panel of lawyers, a panel of leaders, sometimes a panel of lawyers. They provided us with more details on what's happened and what will be happening with the cases before the tribunal, or I guess the decisions of the tribunal, and also there's the class action lawsuit that's going on. So they gave us a little update on that and the relationship, if there's one, or so there was a general conversation about what's going on in that area. We finished our day with Dr. Valerie Gideon and Julien Castonguay joining us today from Indigenous Services Canada. They provided an update on the activities that's going on, the lessons learned, the modifications, the changes that are happening within the department to meet the demand. Talked a little bit about the trends, things that they're seeing out there, and also they spent a good 45 minutes answering your questions. So just a reminder that the little person with a hand up is the question button. So when our panelists do come up, we encourage everyone to send in their questions. Usually they'll have a PowerPoint presentation, some time set aside for their presentation, and then they will open the floor for questions. So do send in your questions. I get them here, and if I can, I do present them to the panelists. If I don't have enough time, we do follow up. So send in all your questions. It doesn't matter if it does come alive or we do get the chance to present them to our panelists. Send them in anyways, because I feel that they're important to you, and we'll follow up with you to make sure we get those answers to you. So that is our what happened yesterday. Of course, with short-term memory loss, I'll forget in 5 minutes what happened yesterday, but that's okay. I have it all written down here should I need to go back to it later. All right, are we excited about today? I notice my panelists are all sitting there nervous, waiting to get on stage here. So I'll lessen the pain and get ready right into the agenda. I just want a couple of other things before I get my panel. So I'll apologize to my panelists. Just a couple other things. don't use we'd ask that you don't use the questions or the Q&A function for any specific or seeking coverage under Jordan's principle. We don't want any kind of private information to be on screen here. So there is a number, 1-855-572-4453. And that's where you would actually get, that's a Jordan's principle call center. So that's where you would actually seek coverage. So don't seek coverage here because I have no answers. I don't know anything. So basically you'd be asking some person on the street the same question. So don't ask them here. So use that number and they will definitely follow up and make sure that's happening to you. We also have the email, Jordan's Principal Gathering at afn.ca. Those, so Jordan's Principal Gathering, one word, at afn.ca. Send in your questions. That's another way if you're joining us by phone or having any kinds of issues in terms of making sure your questions is being posted. We also have technical. We do have technical assistance for you available. If you're having difficulty, I'll get that number to you in terms of technical difficulty. But if you're having technical difficulties, let us know. Even if it's through the Q&A function, we can actually make sure we follow up with you on that. All right. That was our awkward moment of silence brought to you by our sponsor, Indigenous Services Canada. With that, let's jump right into our agenda. We are joined by Gwen Travers, Director of Health of Pinay Muntang First Nation in Manitoba. We have Kelly Hawley, Jordan's Principal Unamaki. I'm looking at a reaction. Unamaki Union of Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq, and Jessica Gregaines. Gregaines is also joining us from the same organization. That way, if I say the same organization, I don't have to say Unamaki twice, although I just said it twice. And we're also joined, of course, by Julien Castan-Gaillac, Director, Jordan's Principal, Indigenous Services Canada. I believe we have all our PowerPoints ready to go. We have our first presenter, Gwen's ready to go. She's just breathe, Gwen. We're all ready to go. Gwen, the floor is all yours. Welcome.
Good, thank you. Hello and good morning to all that are currently participating. You know, I think I truly believe this virtual stuff is becoming a new norm as a way of conducting meetings and gatherings. You know, like this year has been such a struggle for many of us and very tiring as we struggle through this pandemic together. So it's been a difficult time for many of our communities and it has been tough. My name is Gwen Travers, and I'm the Director of Health Services for Pinay Muntang First Nation in Manitoba. I was invited to participate to share on the concept of the circle of care that our nation follows as it relates to the Jordan's Principle Child First Initiative program. This concept is framed around values and principles to ensure that we're upholding the best interests of the child and adopting family-centered decision-making. Before I proceed any further, I would like to also honor and recognize Jordan River Anderson. It is because of his legacy that our children are now able to access care and services closer to home. And to the many people that have been involved in the continued advocacy of Jordan's Principle. And I just want to say we thank you because it has truly made a difference. To give you a quick background on how we initiated our program, it was back in 2015 that our nation was able to secure funding through the Health Service Integration Fund to launch our program called My Child, My Heart, to address unmet needs of children with complex medical needs living on reserve. And of course, there was an involvement of a human rights complaint in order to make this happen. McGill University played such a pivotal role throughout our programming processes. There was a couple of research projects conducted, one on obstacles of care in accessing services, and the other, the implementation of Jordan's Principle in Manitoba. Both of these research projects can be found on our website. Next slide, please. Many families were involved in the startup phases in providing feedback as to what type of services they had wanted for their child or for themselves in order to build on family units. Each family has a unique history. Therefore, each family has different needs. Since then, our program has evolved to ensure that we capture the holistic outcomes for the child and for the family. Next slide, please. Our circle of care model is basically a framework that we capture the holistic outcomes for the child. Framework that adopts a holistic approach that covers the social, emotional, spiritual, and cultural well-being of child and the family unit as a whole. It also develops approaches to support the holistic need in a manner that culture, language, and ways of life are incorporated. It gives consideration to issues surrounding intergenerational trauma and the impact of family functioning, and also provides learning opportunities to enhance those working with our children and our families. Program goals such as goal attainment scaling are set with families to ensure that their child receives services that will result in improved quality of life based on the 7 domains of the circle of care model. So you'll notice in our in the PowerPoint, there's 7 different domains that we follow as they in order to ensure that we're meeting the child's needs. When you think of the physical development, you consider a child's overall general health. Are they their hearing, their vision, the diet, nutrition, their physical appearances, their posture, their connection to the land, including access to natural medicines and recreation for active living. The child's speech and language, their communicative development. Do they have the ability to express ideas and feelings verbally and with clarity? Are they able to articulate and pronounce, or maybe they're nonverbal? How are they expressing language in themselves? Is it through action or through gesture? In the cognitive development, it is a function that helps children think and understand the world around them. Are they exploring, experimenting, recognizing the difference between cause and effect? Are they able to recognize colors, shapes, numbers, matching, and problem solve? The social and emotional development in regards to relationships and their interactions with adults and peers in their life. Are they expressing feelings? Are they playing, sharing? Are they turn taking? Are they developing feelings of self-worth, developing empathy, demonstrating coping skills, behaviors, and understanding differences? The healthy supported family unit is in place so that we're able to provide the supports to the family as a whole, the physical, mental, emotional, and overall spiritual wellness. It is opportunities for education, training, decision-making, social and cultural supports. The spiritual and cultural development includes looking at secure attachments. Do they trust being in the care of others? This is also a connection to the community, the land, the water, identity, spiritual beliefs, coping with grief and loss, coping with separation and frustration, problem solving, storytelling, ceremony, prayer, and understanding of rites and passage. And the self-determination phase, the gross and fine motor skills, whether or not they're crawling, walking, climbing, running, jumping, their overall balance coordination. That also includes hand and eye and hand coordination. Are they grasping? Are they eating on their own, able to dress themselves, or are they toilet trained? And in order to ensure that we're meeting these outcomes, we conduct program evaluation intervals every 3, 6, 9, or 12 months with families to ensure needs are being met based on their child's goal attainment scaling. After all, it is the family that knows their child best. Like throughout this approach, we have seen and noticed that There's an increase of independence, socialization, belonging, a sense of accomplishment when meeting goals and seeing progress. You know, I had one particular family approach me with tears of joy because their nonverbal child was starting to communicate. And to me, that's what you call a milestone. And as workers, and knowing this, when families share, you know that you're moving in the right direction when families are able to share and seeing the difference in their child. Next slide. This is another model of the circle of care for families. It is quite similar to what I just presented. We need to ensure family needs are also being recognized and met, whether or not their general health as a family unit and how they're interacting with their other children at home, healthy eating as a family, or just basic land-based activities. There's also opportunities to train and provide education as family units. Support skills to support the family well-being, whether it's physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. Coping as a family, are they able to manage daily routines? Do they need help and support such as respite or taking time for self-care? Because many families do require self-care in order to ensure that their coping mechanisms are good to be able to take care of family, their children. Social skills such as engaging with other families to share and learning to communicate. It's also an opportunity to spend time on the land and just to provide the overall support, because we want to make sure that families are aware that they're not in this alone. The spiritual, emotional wellness, understanding trauma, expressing emotions, feeling secure and safe, finding natural ways to heal, group sharing and prayer. There's also leadership qualities such as role modeling, teaching family and others how to best interact and communicate with their child, implementing positive parenting principles and practices. So there's a lot of training that goes on that we're able to ensure that family units are recognized and are met. You know, throughout the family of circle of care, we have seen an increase in trust towards the system. Families are being heard and now seeking supports within our community. There's also increased competency of care for their child's specific needs, an increased connection with their child, a sense of value, increased coping skills, a decrease of stress, and positive changes in parenting behaviors. And how we're able to evaluate positive family outcomes. We provide evaluations in the Family Quality of Life, Parent Stress, and Family Support Index. So we're able to capture, we're not meeting their goals, we're able to capture it this way that then we go back to the drawing table to ensure that we're meeting family unit issues. And today, the way our program operates, we do have a case manager, 5 child development workers, admin support who also provides ASL, because we do have a couple of families here that are just learning sign language, a rehab assistant who works with visiting therapists to ensure ongoing care and service, because right now we have OT and PT coming in maybe once or twice a month, and we do have a rehab assistant just in order for them to fill that gap. We have a transition coordinator who works with those transitioning in adulthood, a program coordinator who coordinates services so there is no overlapping, a land-based program team who assists children, youth, and families to connect with cultural land-based practices, and it's all based on our traditional way of life. We still need to continue. I believe we still continue to need to move forward. We need to continue to move forward, especially to those that have aged out and will be, or who will be aging out of the program. I would like to see a program that falls hand in hand specifically to the age-out population. You know, right now that we submit yearly proposals for adults with disabilities, and Penimutang was fortunate enough to receive funding for the past 2 years for adults with disabilities. You know, there's that high expectation where adults, once they have aged out, that they move into the home and community care program. But the thing is, these adult, the ones with disabilities that have high stemming needs that will last a lifetime. And, you know, many times our home and community care program does not, they do provide your basic care needs, but not your development needs the way it should be. And I would like to see a program that falls hand in hand specifically to this age-out population to ensure that our most vulnerable are cared for. And it kind of gets tiring when you have to continue to prove yourself that time and time again, like proposal-driven projects. You know, we know in community that there is a need to ensure that programming and services continue. You know, being a health unit, you know, the way the health centers are being funded, we're funded for basic care needs such as immunization, education, and awareness. But many of our health centers are moving into more of a primary healthcare model, but we're not recognized that way. So, you know, I really would like to see programming that aims at the age-out population because they really need our help. Thank you, Amy Bridge.
Thank you, Gwen. That was an awesome presentation, just so you know. It was fantastically well done. The PowerPoints were perfect, and you summarized it perfectly, and it's a tough act to follow, Gwen, so just so that the pressure's on the next two panelists that come up. So I've been practicing Unamagi. That's better, right? Unamagi. So Jordan's Prince Unamagi, Manager, Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq, from Jessica, Greg Ains, and Kelly Hawley have joined us. Lady, the floor is yours. Oh, you're Jessica, I think you're muted.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's definitely an honor to be here. We're very pleased to be speaking to you from unceded Mi'kmaq territory in beautiful Unamagi. My name is Kelly, and I am one of the Jordan's Principal Managers for Jordan's Principal Unamagi. As Matthew said, we work for the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq. And what we are going to speak with you about today is some of the innovative programming that we've been doing. Jessica and myself have been fortunate enough to be with this program since its inception here in Unamagi. So we've had an opportunity to kind of watch it grow from nothing when we first started to where it is now. So the way we're going to run our presentation is we're just going to take turns back and forth. So I'm going to let Jessica speak now.
All right, if you can go to the next slide. And the next slide, please. So as Kelly had mentioned, we're looking at innovative programming here in Unamagi. And one of the areas that we focused on primarily within, I would say, the last 6 months is the Circle of Care model. Now, the Circle of Care model is slightly different than the model that Gwen was just recently speaking to. In our areas within our communities, we have a lack of service providers currently in the health system. And so that has created a long wait list for many of these families. So what we've noticed within the families that we've worked with is that oftentimes they don't have that circle of care. They don't have the professionals that they can access accordingly based on needs. So what we've done in our programming, we've created a circle of care model that helps address health professionals, cultural, social, and educational professionals. And we've brought in currently a social worker who is working with families, and they are there to support the family's need. So what the intention of the social worker is to work with the family to address the concerns the family has in the areas that they're needing. So for example, if a family is struggling to receive speech services because their child is currently nonverbal, but the speech waitlist is currently, I believe, almost a year to 2 years within the provincial system. This allows families to get those professional recommendations and professional support and accessing those types of services that are needed. So they not only work with them once, but they follow up with them consistently, usually within a 3 to 6 month period. And they see how the progression is working with the families. And they then will work with that family if additional supports are needed, and they will try and access them through us. Next slide, please.
So another program that we really wanted to chat about was our fairly recent cultural mentoring program. So the cultural mentoring program, the idea behind it really came about as a natural progression. We were seeing families receiving all of these services. And one of the things, like everybody else's programs, one of the things we were really focused on is making sure that culture was embedded and imbued in everything that we did. And we were trucking along doing all of that. And then what really came to the forefront is that families were actually looking for more. They wanted a structured cultural mentoring program, one-on-one, one child, one mentor, working through and having fun with cultural activities. And then COVID hit. So what we did was prior to COVID, we had applied for and received funding for an additional 3 staff who were going to be our cultural support staff. And the idea behind that is they were going to go out, they were going to recruit mentors, they were going to train mentors, and we were going to create this great mentoring program where we matched children one-to-one. And then COVID hit. And it all kind of blew up in our faces, and nobody could do the face-to-face thing. And we were left with these 3 highly enthusiastic, very well-trained staff members who wanted to start this cultural mentoring program, and we kind of had nowhere to go with it. So we sat down and we put our heads together and we said, there has to be a way, there has to be a virtual way that we can deliver this program. So that's exactly what we did. Our 3 cultural support workers took it upon themselves and designed, developed, and created this fantastic online virtual cultural mentoring program that has just taken flight and taken off, and the reception that it's received from the families and the children has just been wonderful. So the way that it actually works is once a week, once a month, the cultural mentoring team will get together and they will design activities that are going to happen throughout the month. That could be crafts, that could be speaking with an elder, it could be any one of a number of things. And it's done in consultation with the children. And then once a week, they do contactless drop-off to all of the families. So if it's craft materials or whatever it happens to be. And then 1 hour a week, our team mentor these children and youth online. As I said, it's really taken flight. It's been amazing. And so we were able to maintain this program throughout COVID and indeed have it thrive. And now we are actually at the point where we're looking to be able to bring in paid mentors that will continue this virtually. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick little video. You know, I can talk about cultural mentoring all day, but we really want you to hear from an elder. This is Elder Janie Bernard. She's an elder and member too. It's just a quick 2-minute video that really talks about what cultural mentoring means to her. So if you could play that, please.
Okay, to me, cultural mentoring is important because it's something that I was fortunate to have. For myself, I guess, in the right place at the right time, that I had elders around me and I'd listen to them. And I was one of those kids that was nosy, and I'd listen even though I was supposed to be playing outside. I'd listen to them talking. But as I got a little bit older too, and even then, that sometimes I'd just sit with them and they would teach me things. And I felt that it was probably the most important education of my life, because oh my gosh, it's like it meant more than anything else. When I hated school when I was a kid. And then when I got a little older, I went to university and was taught university courses. But because I had that grounding in traditional knowledge, the university courses meant more. And I was able to, I guess, bring my teachings into the universities that I went to. And on my resume, on my CV, when they list, you know how they ask you to, on your resume, to list your education? Well, I have my education listed, but at the very top, my education says teachings from the elders, and it says expected date of graduation. I put lifetime, and it's at the very top because it is the most important education I have ever received, was from the elders, because they taught me how to live a good life, how to live more in harmony with other people, and not to be, I guess, so angry, and just to be more understanding. Because I think if you go into the world and you carry that anger and resentment, you won't get as much done, and your people will not want to listen. And you can't teach anybody that way, with anger.
Awesome.
Okay?
Okay.
Next slide, please. So that was our main highlight with cultural mentoring as an innovative program. However, we've worked collaboratively as well with some communities and creating community structured programs. Some of the successful programs that we're currently running are speech and language programs within the schools, art and therapy, both in and out of school systems. We have math intervention supports, occupational therapy supports, both pediatric as well as within the school systems. We have mental health supports. We've done land-based camps, and we've done behavioral intervention programs, again, both within and out of the school systems. So, as Kelly had mentioned, there's lots of innovative programming currently happening in Untitled, and we are so grateful to have the communities work with us and collaborate and kind of put our heads together to figure out what we need to do to help the needs within the community. Next slide, please.
So lastly, just a little plug for, again, collaboration. We couldn't have come as far as we have without collaborating and learning from each other. And one of the latest innovations that we've been doing is we've formed an Atlantic technical working group, and we've invited Jordan's principal service coordinators from all across the Atlantic provinces to come together. And it's really, as the slide says, an opportunity to review and discuss policy, processes, activities, an opportunity to collaborate. And really, it's an opportunity to support the planning and development of First Nations governance moving forward. And we can't stress it enough. Get together with your counterparts, collaborate, put your heads together. It's amazing what you could do. Next slide, please. That's it for us.
All right. I guess I got thrown into the room there at the last second. You guys were wrapping up, and I was waiting for the sentence to end, and it ended. So thank you very much for that, ladies. We'll be seeing you later for a continuation of this presentation, but stick around. We have questions. Our next panelist is Julien Castonguay, who's the Acting Director, Jordan's Principal from Indigenous Services Canada, here to speak to us a little bit about care and service models. Julien.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to have heard from Gwen, Jessica, and Kelly. Clearly, what I'd like to reflect upon after hearing those amazing initiatives and the work that they're doing in their community, and back to what we were discussing yesterday, is how better positioned community health directors, local community workers, people who are closer to the families and to the communities, how just in a great position they are to drive this innovation. We are clearly seeing people who have the expertise, have the knowledge of what's needed, have the knowledge of what's going to work, and are able to drive the changes that they know needs to happen in order for their community services or their organization are able to meet more needs of the families and of those who are working with them. The question of innovation is one that is core to making progress and making innovation. But also, I think we all know that in many circumstances and communities, innovation is not something that happens over here while we work in a non-innovative way over there. It's an approach. It's a way of organizing and thinking about how to bring the resources to meet the most needs and to provide the services in a way that what we've seen is in a way that raises the bar. We've heard from Gwen around some of the challenges before they're in their My Child, My Art project, and some of the challenges in accessing public services, and some of the challenges in working with families so that they can be supported in navigating complex health system or other systems. So by raising the bar, we know we need to do more. We know that the current landscape and the current reality needs to continue providing for more opportunities for children and their families to receive the support that they need. And be part of a system of programs, services, networks that will allow them to feel less alone in this process. And in raising the bar with concepts of substantive equality that we'll hear more about this afternoon, we are creating a system, we are creating a way of organizing things that forces us to do more. We must do more. We must continue increasing equity in the access to public services. We must continue doing everything we can to bridge the gap and get to equitable outcomes. And we're also hearing in order to foster innovation that we need to have an opportunity to connect, an ability to share information and to build on each other's idea like we're doing in this forum. And like we've heard is happening in Atlantic with their technicians working group. And definitely those opportunities allows us to, just like case management, is to put all of the information on the table, identify what we're all doing, because we do share a common commitment, and it may look different in our respective roles and in our organization's mandate, but the commitment to come together to have open conversation about how we can all play our part in making sure that the families are receiving the services that they need. And it's something that as we heard from Gwen and the work they're doing with case managers and the other functions associated with supporting children reach their developmental milestones and monitor the progress and ensuring that there's support throughout the evolution and lifespan. And I would also say that what all really struck out to me is that innovation is not only about doing new things that never been done before. Innovation is about doing the things that will work for your communities, doing the things that will work for the families. And it's a lot about the cultural part. We've heard about the cultural mentoring and how this has been essential in the progress and in the work they're doing with families. And definitely, I think that this is also something that we want to work with communities, work with your organization, so that yes, we innovate in model of care, yes, we innovate in service delivery, but that it's done so in a way that's grounded in culture, grounded in your context, and honors and serves your knowledge and expertise in the driver's seat for driving the innovation in Jordan's principle. Thank you.
Merci, Julien.
Thank you, Julien.
I do have a few questions. I just want to let everyone know that as soon as Gwen started doing her presentation, our numbers went from 800 to 1,300. Just saying. Okay. And they stayed there, obviously, for Jessica and Kelly. They might have dipped a little bit, Julien, but they came back up when you were there, but they'll still good. So thank you for that. I do have a question. I'm looking at my audience questions. I don't see any yet, but I do have a question. What advice do you have for other First Nations or organizations that are interested in implementing their own initiative models of supporting children and families? I don't know, Gwen, you want to go first, and then maybe I'll go to Jessica and Kelly.
From what we had learned, one of the main things is listen to the families, because, you know what, like I mentioned, they're the ones that know their child best, and to ensure that, because like I said, each family has unique needs, and it's what the families need and how do you incorporate that into ensuring programming into the community. And it's just basically to listen to what families need.
Were you able to reach out to them, Gwen, or were they did you create the environment that allowed them to come and share their stories? Some people perhaps are hesitant to do those kinds of things. I'm wondering, did you create the environment to hear those families and hear their needs?
Well, because Pinimutang was one of the first communities to get this program up and going before Jordan's principal became Jordan's principal, and we got funded through the Health Service Integration Fund. And what we had did, because it was all new for us as well, and what we did was gather families into one area, and to allow them to share, because many families didn't realize other families are going through the exact same issues, but with different needs for their child. And they didn't realize that, it kind of just opened up their eyes, where I didn't realize you're going through the exact same thing I was. So it was really good. And it was more like an eye opener. So they were it was more like a sharing circle type, and to make them understand, we want to initiate a program specifically for you. What do you want to see? Tell us, what are your needs for your child? Let's work together in developing something. And that's how My Child, My Heart evolved.
Wow, that's quite impressive. Jessica, Kelly, do you have anything you want to add?
I would say, at least in our experiences, the two words that I hear often and that we really try and follow are advocate and collaborate. You need to advocate for your families and address the needs, and collaborate with the communities to support the families and figure out how they can access services and where we can access those services. So I think those are the two words that really stick out in my mind.
Mm-hmm. And again, I have to echo what Gwen said, and listen to your families. As our experience kind of unfolded, more and more it became clear to us which directions the families wanted to go in and the gaps that we were filling. And cultural mentoring is a perfect example of that.
So Julien has a unique vantage point in terms of being at the national. Any advice that you might have?
Well, definitely, I think that the advice we've just heard is great in terms of making sure that the innovation is connected to the needs and to the people's aspiration as to what they would like to receive. Clearly, we yesterday we spoke a little bit about data. I know that there's an important part about understanding some of the current landscape and having an ability to build your innovative ideas on a clear understanding of where you're starting, what the families need, so that you're able to build your proposal, build your ideas on the backs of the result of the work that you're doing, and knowing more about your families and the population. I think it's also, and as we just heard, the question of collaboration and collaboration within communities, between services, and collaborating with us at Indigenous Services Canada to making sure that we have enough information to understand what you're wanting to do, and giving us opportunities to work with you and to engage so that we can try to find opportunities for progress, ways for us to support your ideas. I think many people have had the experience of building proposal, health plans, multi-year work plans, and all of those things that are part of accessing either proposal funding or ongoing funding. And the expertise and the experience is there in community. Jordan's principle is a little bit different when we say that it's not a program and it's a legal obligation, and that sometimes creates a bit of a difference in how to think about what we're able to do in Jordan's principle than with other community-based programs that are ongoing funding. We've heard from Gwen some of the challenges and frustration associated with year-to-year proposal. And that's also something that we're, as we heard from Valerie yesterday, really wanting to figure better ways of doing this as we move forward in the future. But I think what we're seeing, what we want to convey as a message is, come to us with your best ideas, and we like to have the challenge of working with you to figuring out how we can make it and make it work.
Susan, we talked a little bit about tracking your successes and seeing how things are working, understanding your population. I guess the question is, what is a positive outcome that you've seen emerge from the innovative models you have implemented? So I guess that's a little bit of part of tracking what's happening. So Gwen, what kind of positive outcomes have you seen?
Well, we're able to build trust with families. So to me, that's a positive, because many times families are so hesitant, like for example, their pathway to healthcare. And sometimes the healthcare system is so intimidating. Mm. And we're able to build trust with families, and just recognizing and for them to be heard. And many times when families take their child to a physician, they're not asking the right questions, or they would nod and say, yes, I understand, but in reality, they don't. So they come back to us and, can you please explain it to me better? And, it's just building that trust with families. I've seen that. And, what moves me the most is knowing that you made a difference and an impact in the child's life. When I mentioned earlier, when a nonverbal child that has been nonverbal for many years, and we were able to reach out, and the child started communicating, and having the families come to you and say, in tears, like, my child is starting to communicate. And just to hear those milestone stories, I don't know, it just blesses me, and knowing that, we're moving in a good direction.
Just a quick follow-up, because I was thinking about, how you have trust is so hard to build, right? And then it leads to that honesty, right? Then they're honest with you in terms of what's going on out there. And then I guess the challenge, for Julien on that is that trust that's being built. And then if, for example, you weren't able to qualify, it has a huge impact on that trust. So I guess I could see the pressure on Julien in terms of how do we make those things continual, right? As opposed to building that trust, building that honesty, and then having to fail them because perhaps the funding didn't come through. So I guess there's a lot of pressure to maintain that trust. It takes a long time to build, but it takes a moment to end. So I don't know if I'm asking a question or just making a point, but I don't know if Jessica, sure, go ahead.
When I spoke on the adults with disabilities through assisted living, each year I was submitting a proposal for the past 4 years, and it had to take a university project for them to even recognize what we were trying to do with the age-out population. Because I believe that Jordan's principle, and once the child age out because they have long-term needs, I think an age-out program will fall hand in hand with that. So it took me a while submitting proposals year after year and being rejected. And then finally, because I'm a strong believer in partnerships, and it had to take a university project for them to even recognize our needs. So, you know, like you're getting frustrated and, you know, it's, I don't know. And then it takes a while for them to approve a proposal. And once it is, you're already into half the year in order for you to continue on with the program. So like that would be an example of, you know, we're getting hopes up, but once knowing that proposal, year to year proposals, you have to resubmit and you don't know if it's going to be approved or not. And then it goes on into half the year where they say, okay, your proposal is being approved. And now you have to start all over again to ensure that you're building trust.
Right.
So it kind of gets frustrating. And like I said, like it seems like we know our communities best, and it has to take some sort of, I don't know, research or some sort of project to validate what our concerns are. So at times it does get frustrating in that aspect.
I don't know if Jessica or Kelly, do you have anything or something perhaps you've seen or positive outcome?
Something positive that we've noticed in our communities, I mean, aside from the direct service or the direct support it's able to give the children and families, interestingly enough, it's also, we've also been able to provide kind of spin-off support to other organizations. And I think of Nova Scotia Early Intervention comes to mind right away. So they're a provincial program that has a set amount of funding. And one of the things that that organization said, and other organizations like that, is they never had enough funding to actually close that circle. So they could make recommendations and say this child needs or would benefit from this occupational therapy support or equipment, but yet the family could never access that equipment. So the program could never be complete. Because through Jordan's principle, we're able to offer that type of support with the correct recommendations, we're actually helping other programs as well kind of complete their mandate. So the child and the family gets a much better overall service from everybody, and Jordan's principle is able to bridge some of those gaps.
I don't know, Julien, do you have any thoughts?
No, I think that our panelists have really given a great answer. From like, every approval can make a difference, and then I think that we know that some of those are to help families better support children accessing services. Others is to provide a device or equipment that will allow them to do things that were before Jordan's principle, like just not in the realm of the possible. So I really am touched by Gwen's comment about how it allows a lot of people working in Jordan's principle to see how this work is making a difference directly into families' life by mirroring it from a lot of people working even for ISK, and some pictures that we're getting about look at what we can do. Thank you, Jordan's principle, and it's just again a great evidence that things are now possible, even if there's lots of work to be done, even if there's a lot of challenges to overcome, and as Valerie mentioned, support systems and the social nets to be established, to be made stronger in a more systemic way. We still are seeing things that are possible today that we would not have thought possible 5 years ago or 6 years ago.
Merci, Julien. I have a question.
Thank you, Julien.
Of our 1,300 participants out there, for Gwen, Kelly, and Jessica, what is your wish list or vision for the future with your program in the next 1 or 5 years? I don't know who wants to handle it. How about Jessica or Kelly to start this one? Now Gwen can think about it for a little.
I just think more, I echo Gwen's frustration in having to apply every single year for the same service. It's very frustrating for families. Disabilities don't often go away. Autism is autism, will be autism for life. That's a huge wish list that I have, that we get to a point where families aren't constantly having to prove their need. That's a huge wish list for me.
And I think I would echo that and add on to the wish list that I would have, that I would love to see within the next year, is some form of support for families with children who are aging out of Jordan's
Absolutely.
Principle. There needs to be something done that way. So I think aging out would be a huge wish list for me if I had to choose one.
Mm-hmm.
Gwen?
I think the aging out process would be one of the biggest, huge, to ensure that the gaps are being met. And I would like to see an age out programming in our community, because, we are limited with what we can provide in community. And I'd like to see something aimed at the ones that have aged out as well.
I guess it's consistent, right? It doesn't go away. Like you said, autism is autism for their entire life, or any kind of other disabilities. I don't know where the conversation is with regards to that. Or is there, I don't know, Jeanette, maybe you know what the where we are in terms of the conversation with regards to children or the people who get to 18, 19 years of age.
Absolutely. I hear the concern. Partners are sharing it every opportunity they have. I think that what was just said about autism remaining after 18, 19, it's these things are part of what families will need to access services or receive support on an ongoing basis. Definitely, this aging out is a systems issue as well. Jordan's Principle is able to make things possible under the age of majority. But we know that the gaps come back when they age out. There's a conversation tomorrow on this question where I've invited some of my colleagues who are also able to speak to things that are happening in other areas of the department around continuum of long-term care, as those are part of the solutions, and definitely from a Jordan's Principle perspective, we're trying to have a better knowledge and understanding of what's the impact, who is that cohort of youth who are going to be aging out, and get that information in the hands of those who need to know about it to maybe find other alternatives to programs and services that will best support children who reach the age of majority.
Just to follow up, Jeanette, I have a question here from our audience. Annual proposals are very cumbersome on both sides. So why not encourage multi-year proposals? We already know the need is there.
Yes, and that's, I've been working in the First Nation Inuit Health branch for many, many years, and I think that there's been an overall progress in our ability to, for most programs, walk away from a year-over-year proposal-driven and really work on a more flexible, holistic approach to supporting community plans and attaching flexible funding. And we know there's a lot of conversation around new fiscal relationship, and there's a lot of community going into a block grant, but Jordan's Principle, given our unique context, given what we've heard about its inception and the CHRT orders, has not been part of those more flexible funding approach, just to make sure that we're keeping good track of the investments in children and through Jordan's Principle. And I think that this is an entire kind of space where we need to continue finding better ways of reducing the administration burden of group requests and community-based proposals. Definitely that's also in part due to sometimes the duration of the investment. So we know through budget 2019, we had 3 years of funding confirmed. Some approvals were given last year for 2 fiscal years, but we're coming now to a place where on April 1st, 2021, we'll only be in a position to do a 1-year commitment while we work on the next steps and next fiscal year. So I just want to make sure that everybody is aware that we've heard the frustration, we understand the challenges, and even in the question, the acknowledgement that this process is a burden for both sides. We want to find better ways of cutting through some of the administration burden to be able to be more responsive and agile in our ability to give you the confirmation and the approvals that you need to deliver the services that you've identified.
I have another question here, and I think it speaks a little bit to your earlier comments around reviewing of proposals. And the question is really, how can communities write a successful proposal? So what is it that you're looking for, I guess, from proposals? Or are there, I guess, there are areas that they're looking for in those proposals? How can they write a better proposal? And maybe we can also ask our other panelists, too, on lessons they've learned in writing their proposals. So, Julien.
Yeah, I think that has been a big part of this system, group requests, how it evolved, how it was initially implemented, how it's being implemented now. I think that there's been a bit of a process to learn how best to work with communities and service delivery organization on group requests. Similarly to what we were discussing yesterday on supporting documentation, the important part is for the proposal to be able to identify specific children and their unmet needs and how their proposal comes in and mobilizes resources, services to meet that unmet need with the detailed budget that supports that service delivery approach. So often when regions are receiving group requests, there's an exchange around, is this for all children? Have you identified the children who will specifically receive the services? What information do you have about the children? Are you tracking the children in your files in the community? What type of consent do families have given to be part of the service delivery proposal? Those are part of the common exchanges between regional offices and communities and that speaks to the difference between Jordan's Principle Group and other programs and services where Jordan's Principle were tied to specific children's unmet need that can be addressed on the collective, on the whole, in comparison to other programs which are more for the entire population in some aspects. So that's definitely a first piece of advice would be to be very clear on who the children that you want to serve, what do you know about them, what information do you have, and how clearly is your proposal demonstrating that what you want to do for them is meeting that unmet need.
Gwen, do you have any lessons learned around the proposals and what's included? And perhaps we'll go Jessica and Kelly.
Hi. I think what I've learned over the course of the years is ensuring that you have networking. You're networking with, collaborating with other partners, whether internally or externally, and validating it with a research project.
Jessica or Kelly, do you want anything to add?
One of the things that I think we've learned over the years is don't be afraid to ask the focal points for help. Yes, I 100% agree with Gwen. Collaboration with community is key. But when you're getting down to, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, don't be afraid to reach out to the focal points to help you with that. Sometimes a phone call can go a long way to clarifying some things. And at least in my experience, when it comes to community group requests, the focal points and the folks at the regional level have been quite helpful with that.
A question, how have you adapted the way you work with children and families during COVID?
Well, we did with our cultural mentoring program that we just talked about. We flipped that from face-to-face to virtual. With most of the services that we offer now are still happening remotely. We're in Nova Scotia, and we're all about stay the blazes home. So, we're still riding the remote train, if you will. And it's actually worked out quite well. We still, families are welcome to make an appointment if they need that face-to-face, if they want that face-to-face. But the majority of our families have adapted quite well to linking virtually and remotely. Mm-hmm. We've made sure that they've had the technology they needed. Community has stepped up, of course, and helped with technology. So for the most part, it's been okay. Not perfect, but okay. But okay.
Yeah.
Gwen?
Well, as a director of health, you're being stretched all over the place throughout the pandemic, and everybody relies on you. Ask the health director. She's leading the pandemic team. So it was with great difficulty. We wanted to ensure that our families are continued to be seen or heard, and everything was done virtually. Well-being checks were conducted regularly, just so that we're able to meet family needs. So, like I said, it's such a huge struggle with this pandemic, and but you see a lot of impacts in regards to the pandemic, and the increase in mental health and well-being. So it's been a struggle, but we've managed to ensure that our families we've touched base with our families, whether it's virtually or conducting well-being checks to make sure that things are good.
I can imagine the isolation, right? Already it's isolating with when you have children with special needs, and then to be further isolated. You're talking about the networking opportunity, Gwen, that you created, and people seeing each other and supporting one another. That kind of went by the wayside with COVID, right? It kind of suddenly re-isolated all the families. So it was good to hear that you're checking up on them. Do you actually have that list and make a cognizant or a conscious effort to reach out to make sure you talk to everybody?
The way we operate here is each child development workers has their own caseload. So it's their responsibility to ensure well-being checks are conducted. And if families do have concerns, then it goes directly to the case manager.
Okay, so I don't know, Julien, are you seeing anything that really changed in terms of the, maybe it's an increase in mental health requests or psychologists or something like that as a result of COVID?
Well, we've seen an increase in requests for assisted device depending on the circumstances of the region for education purposes. There's been a lot of departmental initiatives responding to the pandemic, including investments in mental health. So I think that while we've seen a surge of requests for certain things, and it's fluctuated depending on the region and depending on which wave of the pandemic, as we discussed yesterday, we also saw initially on a surge in food requests. But definitely the adjustments that we've needed to make, we've seen a reduction in travel requests a little bit, given the circumstances we know so well. So it's changing the landscape of how we operate. We've had to ourselves work from home. So things like faxes have not maybe been as reliable as in the past, and really back to phones and emails as being the way that we can stay connected and work on requests with the families.
Any other thoughts, Gwen or Jessica, Kelly? I had a question there, and then I started roaming around, and I totally forgot what my question was. It had to do with COVID, though, and I'm trying to think of what it was. It'll come back to me, of course, once we're done our session. I guess a good question, is there available funding to support First Nations organizations to design, develop, and implement their own innovative models? So I guess, is there funding available for communities to prepare? And I think I just remembered my question. Now I'm thinking of, like, for example, let's say Gwen is, we're going through the vaccines now. So we're anticipating coming out of this. Right? So we're anticipating that we're going to be coming out of this. And there's all this talk about the cancer tsunami, or the idea that we're not doing as much diagnosis or preventative stuff that we would have done in regular times, right? Because everyone's at home, so you can't go do the diagnosis or the screenings, right? The screening stuff. So I'm wondering, first, can communities start gearing up and preparing and perhaps seek funding to get ready for that? Just one question, maybe just for Julien. And the second part is, are you anticipating something, anything? Are you preparing from the community level? Are you preparing for something post-COVID? Or are you anticipating some health issues or pressures post-COVID? Maybe I'll start with the first one with the Julien. Can communities get ready for that and seek funding to do that?
To the extent that there are children currently with unmet needs, or that we know that the landscape is going to create unmet needs, I think that there is space for us to discuss with communities how their either current funding request or new funding requests can accommodate and adjust to the changing landscape once we hopefully all get vaccinated soon. And how that may have an impact on how children will access the services, or what type of new service delivery models we need to develop. I think that definitely we want to have those discussions, but it's still back to my other point around how is it tied to specific children unmet needs, and how does this proposal tries to respond to that.
I guess the challenge is that it's kind of anticipated needs, right? It's not perhaps a needs not today, but it will be once everyone gets vaccinated. Would be the challenge, I guess, in the proposal. Gwen or Jessica?
Like being in charge of the pandemic plan and community, it really opened my eyes to a lot of different impacts, whether it's like family violence and so forth. One of the things the First Nation has been working on for the past couple of years is partnering up with our local regional health authorities. And one of the areas that we have addressed is mental health, because sometimes we just don't have enough mental health services in our areas. And the First Nation had signed off on My Health Team. It's the first Indigenous My Health Team in Manitoba. So there's a group of probably about 3 First Nations that are involved in My Health Team within the Interlake. So we're one of them. And one of the areas that we were able to negotiate for is increase in mental health services in our area. And right now, what that means is helping complement our programming in need. So I kind of like throughout this pandemic period, I feel that there's going to be increase in mental health services. So I'm happy that we're able to sign on to My Health Team and be able to complement our programmings to increase services.
Jessica or Kelly, anything to add?
I think the other area where we're seeing some potential shortfalls is in the area of education. I know we're hearing from families and we're hearing from educators that the online platform doesn't work for everybody. Children aren't able to go back in person because of various disabilities. And at this point, We simply don't know if there or when the shortfalls are going to show up. But what we're hearing from both parents and educators is that they're anticipating that.
Yeah.
So we're kind of looking ahead to that.
Gwen, there's a question specific for you. What is the size of infant child development worker caseload? How many children would they support at one time?
You know, right now, because we've seen when we started off with my Child, My Heart program, we had about 11 children in our program. And now it has grown since 2015. It has grown to 121 kids in our program. So the caseload is pretty high for each of the child development workers. And if they can't handle, then the other members of the team jump into play to ensure that each child, at least their well-being checks are being conducted accordingly.
Wow, that's huge success. Obviously, you built some real trust out there, right? People who are trusting and coming to see you. It's almost like you're a victim of your own success. Now you have to find all those supports and get all those proposals in and make sure that you support all those children. That's fantastic. But you know that means that there's a need out there and you're addressing it. So thank you very much. That brings us to the end of our time. Look at that. We're right on time and I'm out of questions. And I'm sure you guys are stressed out to the max with regards to your participation. Gwen, thank you very much for joining us. Jessica, Kelly, thank you very much for your presentations. Julien, we'll see you again soon. Also with Jessica and Kelly, we'll see you soon. Gwen Miigwech for joining us today, and do take care. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes. So I just want to let our panelists go. So thank you very much, everybody. And then we'll take 15 minutes break. Let's take 15 minutes. Let's reconvene at half past the hour. So 14 minutes. And if I keep talking, it'll turn to 13. So let's stop now. Let's take a break and be back at half past. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenue tout le monde à notre rassemblement virtuel sur le principe de Jourdain. Welcome, everyone, to our virtual gathering on Jordan's Principle. Just a couple of quick reminders that we have our next panelists ready to go for our next session. There's that waving hand function. Do use that Q&A function to send in questions to our panelists. I'm getting some questions, and it's good to see we have about 1,300 people out there. So don't be nervous about sending questions. They won't know who sent it. So do send in your questions. We'll definitely bring them to the panelists. Our next panel is, I feel like I'm on, maybe I'm showing my age here, Monty Python. You know Monty Python, The Meaning of Life? We've come to Innovation in Jordan's Principle, Part B, Administrative Models. And that's where we're at now in terms of our session. We are joined by Julia Knott, who's SARF. What is SARF? S-A-R-F stands for something. SARF, Administration and Data Management, First Nations Health Commission in Alberta. So welcome, Julia. We are also rejoined, so they didn't go anywhere. They actually sat there and they were practicing their presentation for the 15 minutes everyone else was on break. And we were joined by Kelly Hawley and Jessica Gaines from Jordan's Principle, Uninagi Manager of the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq. And we're joined by Lindia Jones, who's going to be on the phone, but we do have, she's obviously from the First Nations, so sometimes you do have that connectivity problem, but Lindia is joining us by phone. And of course, Julien is going to be here. He's our standing member. In case we have anything, Julien is our standing member in terms of our breakout sessions, although our next one is going to be only lawyers. So I don't qualify, Julien doesn't qualify. So only law talking folk get to the next panel. All right, let's talk for about another hour. Let's talk about administrative models, and let's invite Julia Knott, who SARF. She'll let us know what SARF is, and you can also send. Don't forget to send your mail. You can send in your emails, right? Jordan's Principle Gathering at afn.ca. I think that's it. You can also send those questions there. All right. Well, shall we start? Let's start then. Julia Knott, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. I'm honored to be here today to present to you. So if you can move to the next slide, please. So my name is Julia Knott. I'm the manager for the pilot project in Alberta region. So it's a pilot project with Indigenous Service Canada, and we call it the SARF, and it's for Service Access Resolution Fund. Our project start date was June 1st, 2019, and we were tasked to take on the payment facility to facilitate payments and to provide ongoing and post-approval support for individual requests, both on and off reserve in the Alberta region. Next slide, please. So for building the foundation of this, because it was starting from scratch and growing, we had to develop process, secure processes within our organizations, develop a good check and balance system, and a follow-up procedure and a concise filing system. We were looking at improving the timeline for payments for clients and vendors, and when we receive documentation and to provide payment within a 15 business day. The next part of it we were looking at is building our teams. The teams that you have is not only in general with our partnership with Indigenous Service Canada, but in our own organization, but with our team, within our service coordinators, and with our accountants. Staffing, what are the roles and responsibilities? Have trust among all of us. What are our common goals? How do we achieve them? Looking at open communication and being really adaptable to whatever is coming, what is coming to us and how to deal with that. And then the most important part is our vendors and families, to build and rebuild those positive relationships, and to follow up with the vendors and clients that have any questions. So that was our basis. Next slide, please. So I'll start with some data. The component here, this is how much payment amount by each month. We have on the top part, we have the first fiscal year. So we have 9 months of data there. I started out as myself, and we started out slow, and you can see the progression. In October, November, my team grew. And it was kind of unique where we started out was because in the beginning of June, we know typically we have it's a slow time during summer, people go on vacation, so on and so forth. So it was a really good introduction for us to come in and test the waters and see how that was going to go and give us an idea what it may look like in the future. And as we progressed through the year, March was a phenomenal impact. We know it's fiscal year end and that hits us. And then at that time as well, our team grew. On the bottom part of the slide with the data that's there, this shows when COVID hit. And we still continued to adapt. And how do we continue to provide payments to service providers and families? And this is the consistency that has gone through. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. We're, more time yet again where we thought there was going to be a little bit of a slow part in the summer, there wasn't. And that was because everybody was preparing to, what is it that they needed to continue on, the needs for that COVID happened, those kind of sort of things that we were addressing. Next slide, please. This first slide is regarding our first year from June to March. I know it looks like a lot of colors and that at you, but that shows you where on the left-hand side of the blue line where it says 7.3, 45.2%, 26.6, those are where we made payments within the 15 business days. And that's how quickly we can process after we secure the documentation, confirm the services were rendered, and process the payment out. And then beyond that, this was breaking new ground. This was finding out how to do it. That a lot of that was, I call the human factor, but it also taught us how to tighten up processes and how to improve things. Next slide, please. And this slide is this current fiscal year up to February 15th. And we're at a 97.8% to pay within the 15 business days. So it's a lot of work. There's a definite process that's in place to do there. We do our best to meet those timelines. And just, future note that we're not always going to get 100%. We know that, we strive, but we don't. But I think here speaks to a great amount of work that's going on, and it speaks to the work that we have with our partners. Next slide, please. So this here is I just wanted to provide what the process would look like. First, the request comes from the family. The case is submitted. There's adjudication on that for that, which comes from the focal point. Once the focal point approves it, it comes to FNHC. We start the process for that. We look at getting the goods and services that's approved. We confirm that the product and services has been conducted with the vendor and family. And when those are done, then we process the payment. Next slide, please. So some challenges that we encountered is honestly unpredictability. You never know what is getting approved because each case in Jordan's Principle is unique. You'll see some things that are in general, like we saw something that was in general with assisted technology. However, you never know what is coming in for approvals, SLP, how those different dynamics come in. And unpredictability means you have to be able to adjust and adapt very quickly. The other component is the human factor. Human factor is part where we work with the follow-up with clients and vendors, answering the questions that they have for us and making clear and help understanding the process and what does it look like. And then, of course, COVID-19 came in. We couldn't predict it was coming. It hit us, and then we instantly had to adapt with those processes. Now, when we're obtaining merchandise and that's assisted technology, medical supplies and equipment and stuff, COVID-19 hit the fact that it made delays. Supply and demand was different. We had to take a look at different ways. So there was we're trying to reduce the delay of the client getting services. And then unclear timelines of the process. The previous slide that we talked about, that's what I mean. That's what I'm referring to, is there are times that not everybody understands what the whole process entails. So, that allows us to be able to inform individuals. And then the other one, it was contract. Contracts are really something that to really pay attention to, because what happens is we pay, we get the approval, and the rule is we pay on services that are rendered. Contracts that are signed, sometimes families are signing contracts with service providers, and then it's really important that that everybody's informed what's in that contract, because sometimes in the contracts there is, if the client's not there, the service still needs to be paid. Those kind of sort of things. It's just make sure that our clients are very well aware of that. Next slide, please. And then the conclusive outcomes that we've had. Of course, yes, we have decreased the payment timelines. There has been improvements in the relationships with vendors and clients. And I can speak in terms of that with vendors is we are now building the trust back with vendors that would not accept First Nation clients. They lost the trust, then rebuilding that back. So we're doing that component of it. And that's really helpful. So that means that's more vendors available to provide services for First Nations. COVID-19, absolutely. Conclusive outcome, it changed it. It changed the scope of it, because normal trends that you think you would see, it kind of threw a loop in it. You couldn't really, gauge and see what was coming. But we worked around it. Flexibility and payment options. The one thing that we do have is we process payments direct deposit, through check, and also a credit card. And with the credit card, having access to the credit card, we're able to, provide a payment process for services that require credit card or accommodations that is not normally covered through, or with the vendors that are covered through NIHB. And with those kind of scenarios, purchasing flights, for example, as well, we've had other regions reach out to us to see how we can work together. And then there's the expansion of administrative duties. Initially for myself, when I first started this, I thought, okay, this is what it may look like. It honestly grew a lot bigger than I anticipated, which is great. But it's also being aware that it can, and it's like, when you're doing payments, they want follow-up and so on and so forth of when payment was received. Vendor and family follow-up. It's yet again, like I said, when was the payment processed, or if there was respite provided and there is an allotment sum and it's a reoccurring payment, when there's like 2 months left of the funds available, we send an email out not only to the client but the vendor as well, to let them know that the funds are this is where the funds are at, and if they think that they do need more additional funds, then to reach back out and apply for further funding. So that's the kind of sort of thing that we do for our families. And then at the end of the day, our philosophy is cooperation and support wherever we can offer our assistance. So any questions anybody has and how we do it, we're happy to assist. Next slide. And this is our contact information, and we're having a report drawn up to have further details on what we do, and it'll be on our website made available. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Very informative presentation. I hear you're coming from Alberta, and I believe my senators are in Alberta this evening. So hopefully we can win this one. We lost the last one, but I'm confident we either win or lose. That's the lesson I have out there. For all those watching hockey, your team either wins or loses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. See, you're learning something here every day, right? Every panelist bringing something new knowledge to you. We're joined once again by Kelly Hawley and Jessica Gaines, who are Jordan's principal Unamagi managers. They're both managers, so they're going to have synchronized presentation. So our next presenters are Kelly Hawley and Jessica Gaines. Welcome back, ladies. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So Kelly and I are here today. We're going to speak to our innovative administration model that we currently have in place in Unamagi. We work for the Union of Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq. And so we're going to take you kind of through the process of where we are today and how we got there. So can you please move to the next slide? So currently, as of today, our structure, our administrative design is structured the following way. We have 2 managers, so myself and Kelly. We have a finance department solely for Jordan's Principal, a data management solely for Jordan's Principal. We have 3 Jordan's Principal service coordinators who service 5 communities in Unama'ki. We have 4 Jordan's Principal assistants who help with case management and follow-up. And then we have 3 Indigenous cultural workers who are part of our cultural mentoring team, and they work in the 5 communities within Unama'ki. So how we got to this administrative design is we're going to take you back to when we began in 2017 and kind of take you through the step process of where we are now. Next slide, please.
And you can go to the slide after that as well. Okay, so in 2017, when we first started out, we realized pretty quickly that there were 3 staff and well over 1,000 clients pretty quickly. So we knew that we were going to need help. The first thing we started reaching out for, like I'm sure everybody else, is we were looking for community organizations to cash manage the large amount of dollars that were coming through as we received approvals. Most of our communities did not have the financial means to cash manage that amount of money. So that put us into a real pickle. So early on in 2018, we realized that we were going to have to come up with a different way of doing it. So we collaborated with the regional focal points in ISK. We completed some financial projections based on services in 2017 and projected what we thought we were going to need in 2018. And then we submitted a proposal to ISK for a full-time financial administrator. And luckily that was approved. And then on top of that, our organization agreed to cash manage the money for the Jordan's Principal clients. Next slide, please. So now we had a financial person and we had a pool of money to work with. And the advantage to that, early on, we realized that our staff can concentrate solely on servicing families. They don't have to run around trying to find a place to cash a check or trying to figure out who's going to manage what money. Because we now have our own financial person, we can easily track our expenditures, and we have someone dedicated to just look at the numbers. The other great advantage is right off the bat, our financial person, who happens to be a gentleman, started managing our contracts for vendors and service providers and kind of keeping his eyes and ears on that. One of the things we noticed early on is when Jordan's Principal started to become a thing, a lot of service providers around us decided they were going to up their rates. Oh, this is easy government money. Let's up our rates. So our financial gentleman really helped with that so that our contracts with our service providers were fair and equitable. The other thing he does is he manages all the payments that go directly to families. So for any respite payments or transportation, anything like that, he manages all of that, and he can make sure that payment goes directly to the families.
And I think it's important to note in terms of the contract with the service vendors, the finance management or the finance person, what they're doing is they're ensuring that they're into a locked rate, service provider rate for 1 year. So there's no real flexibility for the vendors to increase the rates based on, if they started out with 5 clients and now they may have 15, well, their rate is still going to be the same for that 1 year period. And then they can negotiate after that 1 year going into a new contract. Next slide, please. So we also have a database. So what we've strived to do here in Unama'ki is we've tried to figure out the best way to case manage our files, being that we're servicing quite a huge caseload of people and clients. So we've worked with RAD Data Solutions, who are out of New Brunswick, and they were able to customize a database specifically for Jordan's Principal purposes. So this database actually tracks all the services for all of our clients in Unama'ki. It provides us with reports on expenditures, the types of services that clients have accessed, and it also cross-references by gender and age. It allows for digital filing of our intake forms, of any recommendations that are coming from the professionals we're working with, or any support letters that are coming from communities. It also is managed and updated by RAD Data Solution, and it's housed on a confidential server. So our service coordinators, along with our Jordan's principal assistants, are able to access that file in that database for any client that they need access to. So if a community member moves from one community to another, we're not having to worry about sending that file or transferring that file to the other coordinator. It's simply in the database, and we just change the coordinator for that client. Next slide, please.
So now you see we're at the point in our journey from starting in 2017 where we have a finance person, which was really a godsend and helped us. And now we have a database, which was also a godsend and stopped me from having to put sticky notes everywhere. The next really big piece for us was procurement. And what I mean by procurement is we needed somebody who could find this stuff for us, who could find the occupational therapy equipment, who could get us the best price, who could bring that equipment over to the family and in conjunction with an OT, set it up, who could provide that customer service. And here's where I have to say we really lucked out. We ran across a gentleman who was working in one of our First Nations, in Member 2 First Nations, and he created a business called Safe and Sound Mobility Solutions. Now, he's just a private businessman, but he saw a real need for the service that we had. So what he does is I call him our go-to guy. He really does whatever we need him to do. He's a real boots on the ground kind of guy. So if we get, and I'll use occupational therapy as an example. So if we get a recommendation from an occupational therapist that says, Jessica Greggins needs a stability ball and a weighted blanket and whatever. Well, you know, our workers, our staff, we believe that their time is better served actually working with the families rather than being online, trying to source through Amazon, find a stability ball, to source and track down the best price for all of this equipment. So that's what we use Safe and Sound Mobility for. He works in conjunction with all of our other vendors and service providers. He liaises between them and the families. He finds the best prices for this equipment and this support. He provides us with those quotes. He assures us that it is the best prices. He tracks all of that. He really makes it idiot-proof for us. He tracks it all. He's the one who fights with the post office and fights with customs and postage and all of that stuff, brings it over to the families, sets it up, makes sure the family is comfortable with it, and then does the follow-up, right? So and the families, the service that it provides to the families, because he is really become our subject matter expert along in conjunction with those other service providers, SLPs, OTs, whatever they happen to be. And the other wonderful thing that he does is because he owns his own company, he keeps an inventory of different products in his business. So, and he's willing to actually go to families' homes and allow them to try things. So, as I'm sure most of you know, and again, I'll use occupational therapy, an occupational therapist may make a recommendation for a stability ball, for instance. Best guess, best educated guess, we don't actually know if that child is going to utilize that stability ball. With Safe and Sound Mobility, our procurement gentleman, families are able to take it home, try it out, see if he's actually going to use it, and then we apply for the funding, knowing that it's going to be value for the money that we're using.
And I think it's important to highlight as well, he's worked a lot within our education systems with the schools. Mm-hmm. He's gone in, if there's, like Kelly had said, an occupational therapist report that requires a stand-up desk within an educational setting. He works and goes in to make sure that it's properly set up for that child based on the recommendations from the occupational therapist. And so he's vital to the team because he does all of the above, not just ordering the products that are needed.
Right. And creating that team around us, our private service vendors, our procurement guy, our database person, our finance person, that's really allowed what I call the core staff to go about the good work of working with the families. And if you look at the next slide, you'll see just in small little Unama'ki, which is a very tiny island, in 2020, we supported over 1,400 children to a tune of $5.4 million. So we're running a bit of money through, and it's so helpful to have those checks and balances in place so that you're not stressed and you can do what you know you need to do.
Next slide, please. So if you're interested in kind of how we have it structured here in Unama'ki, you can reach out to Kelly or I. We'd be more than happy to help you strategize and figure out, where you are and what you want. And yeah.
Make your life easier. Surround yourself with experts.
Thank you very much, ladies. Once again, I get thrown out here right at the last second. So there's always that delay. Like it was just starting to wrap up, and then I get thrown in there, and then I figure, okay, well, are they done or are they not done? Thank you very much. Very informative. Obviously, you've put together the framework of an organization to assist you in what you want to do with your families. We are joined next by Lindia Jones, who is the Health Director of the Independent First Nations in Ontario. I won't ask where Independent is, because it's not really a place. It's a gathering of First Nations. I want to make sure that Lindia is there. We can hear her.
Yes, you do. Do you hear me?
Yes, perfect. Thank you very much, Lydia. We have your slides up there, so the floor is yours.
Okay, I just want to, first of all, acknowledge the two presenters before me. I did learn something from them as well. I know that the IFN, we're still learning and growing as we do this work as well in supporting our communities. So next slide. So I just want to talk a little bit about the Independent First Nations. That, like you said, it's not a place. It's a gathering of a number of Independent First Nations that began forming in the early 1990s. And from that, we have created a Independent First Nations protocol, a 2-page protocol that guides our political and working relationship. Next slide. So as I said, today the Independent First Nation protocol is in place with the 12 Independent First Nations across Ontario. We are guided by principles. I'm not going to go through each of those principles. Those are for you to read after. Next slide. So just to give you a visual of where the Independent First Nations are, we are in Ontario, as you can see. We are spread out. We're not in one regional area. We span across all treaties areas in the province of Ontario. We have very large First Nation communities, small communities, remote communities, island communities, border communities. So we have quite a breadth of diversity within the independents. Next slide. So currently, here is our leadership. These are the chiefs that are sitting in place right now at their First Nation level. But I just wanted to recognize that we do have representation from the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabeg, and the Ojibwe nations, with a membership of over 29,000. Next slide. And so I've heard over the last day and a half, everybody, and I think that it is important that we honor and recognize. So the IFN want to remember and honor the memory of Jordan River Anderson and the legacy he has left with the creation of Jordan's Principle. So we want to recognize him for that work. And I've heard a lot of good things about this boy. Next slide. And so here is our IFN Jordan's Principle relationship model. I'm a very visual person, and so I thought I would put this together, and so that you can see visually how the independents see our relationship with ISK. And at the time, right now, we do support applications and we support payments. Back then, we were approached to take on approvals. But at the time, our independent First Nations leadership said, no, we're not going to take on approvals. That is the responsibility of Indigenous Services Canada, because there's orders in place. These are legal orders. And as we heard yesterday, yes, that there are legal obligations. As well, we heard yesterday about the financial obligations and about the discriminatory on funding for First Nations children. But as well, there's fiduciary obligations that we must remind ISC that they have to act honestly and in good faith, and act in the best interests. So we have to remind them that fiduciary responsibility. Next slide. So here is our Jordan's Principle partners that the independents are working with. And I want to say kudos to our IFN leadership. If it wasn't for our leadership, we wouldn't be where we are today without their support and their political support for us to do this work. As well, working with Indigenous Services Canada, we have created great relationships with them. But as well, we still have to learn from each other and have that knowledge exchange in those orientations from time to time, and to discuss, have roundtables. So, but that is a good relationship. As well, we worked with our First Nation PTOs and other First Nations on Jordan's Principle, where we can help and support one another. And one of those is at the Ontario Jordan's Principle Working Group. The other thing is we do work closely with the First Nations Caring Society when there's an issue with some of the applications, or that we need some support, and vice versa. As well, we work with other regions, as our navigators, have worked with other regions. And because our IFN members are not just in Ontario, they're in BC, they're in Quebec. So we have to work with those other regions. So we support our members in those other regions. And then again, without service coordination, like everybody has been talking about for the last day and a half, we work closely with agencies and community partners. So those are the partners that we see working around us when we're doing this work. Next slide. So I just wanted to go over what the purpose of our model is. So our model is to act as a focal point for IFN families, guardians, and community workers, but as well to assist IFN children and their families and guardians to make applications for Jordan's Principle, but as well to expedite the delivery of and payment for approved services to First Nations children who are members of our IFN communities. This includes payments to the U.S. providers and organizations where no Canadian provider or organization is accessible or available. As well, we want to work with new and existing providers and agencies to have them deliver the approved services, supports, and products. And then finally, to build capacity within our IFN communities by training community workers on Jordan's Principle applications and keep them up to date on the changing environment of Jordan's Principle, for example, the orders. Next slide. So the outcomes for our model is that it is independent First Nations driven, that we're connecting families of First Nation children to health, education, and social supports through Jordan's Principle, that we've decreased delays for Jordan's Principle benefits and in the payments for services and equipment and supports for our IFN children, that we've decreased the mental health and the financial stressors upon our IFN families, and that we have a collection of meaningful data that informs our IFN communities to better respond to the needs of our children over the long term. And there is a good example of that. One of our communities has reached out. We've given some data over the years so they can start planning for what their children are needing. So we were able to provide that data to one community on prevention services. And as well, to a development of a model adaptable to another PTO or region. So this is our outcome. Next slide. So like everybody else, we're administrative model. We like to track as well. We don't have the high-tech data systems. We're doing this on a financial QuickBooks. We're doing this in Excel. But here's our first slide. This is the applications that we have initiated, and then the applications that have been submitted. So that's why you see applications versus submitted. We have initiated maybe so many applications, but at the end of the day, we've submitted so many. Maybe the family didn't get to follow up or something got, but at the end of the day, that's what we've tracked over the last 4 years as navigators. Next slide. So based on that, the navigators, in the work on the ground, working with our IFN communities. In 2017-18, as you can see, we had 1.6 in approval, 70,000 was denied. In 2018-19, we had 2.8 approved and 204,000 denied. And then 2019-20, we had over 5.5 million approved with 681,000 denied. And then currently this year, we're at 4.5 million being approved and 273 denied. So that's where we're at there. Next slide. So the clients that we've reached, the independence has reached over the last 4 years. So in 2017, we had 157 clients. 2018-19, we had 523 clients. In 19-20, we had 640 clients. And then this year, so far, we have 360. As you can see, we have a total number of males and females, but I just want to make point that you can see that we have more males, more young First Nation males, boys applying through Jordan's Principle for services. So I'm seeing that trend that our young boys are needing more support and assistance. Next slide. Here is our Ifn Payments. As I said, we took on supporting payments. So our finance office, over the years, the first year that we started in June of 2018, we paid out over 1 million. In 2019 and 20, we paid 1.6 million. And then currently now in 2021, we paid 1.3 million. Next slide. So I just wanted to talk about our Ifn Payments of approved services and items. As you can see, we provided a list of the types of payments that we can make payments or the community. But I want to point out the fact that diapers, formula, and clothing and grocery cards and goods are examples of items that IFN Finance is not equipped to deal with. Approvals arrive sometime months after the application is submitted, so child has grown. Also, families cannot afford upfronting the expenses and get reimbursed after. So many communities and workers have set up a Jordan's Principle pot of monies that they can access to pay for items and services approved when needed immediately or on a repeated basis. The community worker purchased the items as they are able to either accompany the family shopping or meet with the family to supply food cards or purchase the item outright and seek reimbursement from IFN. So that's how we recognize as we're doing this work along the way and taking on payments that, some things are, best left at the community level for some of these things. Next slide. So, our achievements to date, the IFN has been a leader on Jordan's Principle in Ontario region in reaching out to their member communities. Since 2017, the IFN Jordan's Principle navigators have completed over 2,235 individual applications, totaling 14.2 million in requests, reaching out to 1,680 clients. And along with other First Nation PTOs in Ontario, we have established rate guidelines in Respite, one-on-one support, mileage, and meals. That was very important for us to to establish these because, for example, in Respite, I did hear it earlier in another presentation or a question, but Respite, yes, we had to put a rate because the rates were, people were leaving their job as a home and community care worker or as another First Nation worker to be a Respite worker when they knew they were going to make more money. So we had to level out the playing ground at the First Nations levels for their wage parity or wage, to make sure that we're in line. So the other thing is that the independents have done, and my team has done very well, is delivered presentations to agencies and community partners. So whether that's school boards, child and family services agencies, probation services, health units, and prevention services, just to name a few that we've done presentations to. But as well, my team has also provided training to community navigators and workers in communities, and that's not just in our IFN communities, that's other First Nation communities, other tribal councils, or other interested Indigenous organizations. And as well, we've hosted a regional knowledge exchange conference here in Ontario, and we've done community worker training sessions as well. So next slide. I'm not going to go through this, but I just wanted to highlight that there are various and numerous Jordan's Principle community stories that we could speak to. We are the IFN is going to start collecting more stories. We feel that evaluation is very important in evaluating the long term of the Jordan's Principle. And in order to evaluate, we have to see success at the other end for our families. And right now, these are just highlights. Next slide. So, as you know, it's not always easy working in this kind of field. The Jordan's Principle navigators did have we have some challenges as we do this work. As you know, COVID-19 has greatly impacted the speed of file reviews at ISK. It's up to 55 days plus if it's not urgent, time sensitive, or COVID-19 related. Applications are going to headquarters for several weeks without review, approval, or denial. The amount of paperwork required to apply for Jordan's Principle can be overwhelming to families, workers, and communities. And of course, staff shortage and turnover. There's a high turnover of staff at ISK, which leads to lengthy file reviews as staff are continually in training mode. New workers at ISK request additional information as they learn how to review files, which delays file reviews and can create barriers to a file being reviewed, especially when they lack understanding of community context and environment. And of course, appeals can take over a year to get responded to. Next slide. So our IFN recommendations and future investments that we see. IFN supports Jordan's Principle as a child first initiative. IFN believes Jordan's Principle is an order, not a program. The IFN recognizes the need for a recruitment and retention strategy. The demand for service is greater than the service availability. IFN believes in building community capacity. Therefore, First Nations communities should have a Jordan's Principle worker. Investments to support case management and respite training. Investments for on-reserve First Nation community living services for those children aging out, 18 plus. And again, adequate housing investments is needed for our children and their families in our communities. Next slide. So as I'm moving forward, we see the independence. This is our view that Indigenous Services Canada work with regions to support regional differences, perspectives, and approaches in the long-term implementation of Jordan's Principle. To support the long-term implementation of Jordan's Principle in Ontario, the Chiefs and Assembly recently passed a resolution 2105 calling for the establishment of an Ontario First Nations Jordan's Principle Operations Committee. So I look forward to that committee being established. Next slide. Here's the slide of, here's our Jordan's Principal team, and I just want to acknowledge my team. I know they're listening or looking or watching this online, and I just wanted to say kudos for their great work, and without them, we wouldn't be where we are today with Jordan's Principal and helping our children in our Ifn communities. So this is our small and mighty team. I know we have some growth and some areas that we need to grow on. So as we're growing and learning about and moving forward, I'm sure this team is going to start to grow as well. And then finally, next slide. Here is our contact information. If you want any more information or to contact any of ours, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindia. That's awesome presentation. Our last panelist is Julien Castonguay, who is the Acting Director, Jordan's Principal, Indigenous Services Canada. Julien.
Yeah, I just again want to thank the panelists who were able to share what can be made possible when organizations propose new models of doing business to meet needs that have been identified by family. I think the first thing I want to say is that the need has been made clear to us, and it's starting from the gathering in Winnipeg a bit more than 2 years ago, where that was one of the main concerns that was discussed at that point, which was the payment timeline. We've also had a client satisfaction survey last year, where we've also heard that one of the challenges on the timeliness of invoicing and definitely the current process of paying invoices directly through Indigenous Services Canada is one that we're working hard to improve. We've seen some improvement over the last year of increasing our ability to pay invoices within 15 days from 60-something% to 80-something%. But it's still not comparable to what's being made possible by the work of the panelists that we've heard. I think that our process requires lots of internal public servants administration with our payment hub, with public service and Procurement Canada. And it's very far away from the things that we heard today, which is having the ability to have different model based on what partners are ready to do and what mandates are being given to different organizations and communities. So what we're seeing, we've heard from 3 organizations who are delivering on behalf of many communities, and we're seeing lots of advantages of working through those models around their ability to build teams, infrastructure, to establish partnership. And it opens all sorts of options, and I liked how it was called, post-approval services. We are severely limited in our ability to provide these types of post-approval services from our vantage point in Indigenous services. We don't have the relationship and proximity that your organizations, your community are able to develop. That question of working on trust with providers, of managing the reminders so that family know how much is left in their approval, the question of having enough information and the database that has been created that can also come back and support case management. So what we're seeing, and it's opening a whole range of possibilities when First Nations organizations and communities are playing a more active role in this case, the administration of Jordan's Principal, and definitely back to our other conversation around other ways of also increasing First Nation decision-making and control on this system. But the support that IFN, that the Union of Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq, and the First Nation Health Consortium are able to provide to families as they're going through the process of choosing providers, of procuring items and equipment, is something that I would want for every family going through those decisions. Because the current process where ISC pays is one that we do not have a contracting relationship with the provider. We have an approval to a family, and a family chooses their provider of choice, and then we pay invoice to that provider directly as a way of expediting the service, as a way of expediting the delivery of the product. But our inability to do all of the things that have been discussed today, I think is really showing to which extent this type of work needs to kind of be reproduced in all regions, and our openness to doing so with your communities, with your organization. Are different models that we can work on. We've heard from organization-based model. I know of community-based model who are also involved in paying invoices. And I think it was just really inspiring to see what more First Nation control or more First Nation involvement in the delivery of Jordan's Principle can make possible for families. Thank you.
That's Julien. Our first question, which is interesting, how are these organizations able to apply for positions? Maybe Julien could, I guess it's how do you get to a place where you are administering as opposed to applying, right? That's the transition, and then they apply for positions. So maybe Julien can give a little clarification to our participants.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this speaks to our ability to, through service coordination, sometimes go above and beyond what the initial intention was, which was to help families navigate service. So in discussing with organizations such as those that we've heard about today, the question of which position, what teams they need to deliver those services are made through conversation around the service coordination model, and how we've heard a lot about enhanced service coordination, and I think that that's exactly what we're hearing. This is more than just helping a family find the right provider. It comes with a whole range of support, and I think that that's through conversation with your regional office, with the partnership tables around what service coordination models are out there in your respective region. But that's also something that what we discussed yesterday is building on what's currently happening and what's working well, and doing more of this, because that's where we're seeing this type of outcome that we've heard about.
Yes, Julien. I guess this is questions for the other panelists. Is how do you interact with non-insured health benefits? I don't know who wants to tackle that one. Maybe you can go to Julia to start, and we'll go to Jessica after, and Kelly.
Usually what happens in the beginning with, when we get the approval, what has happened is usually with the service coordination part is when they're asking for the service that they're looking for. If it can be covered through NIHB, they reach out to them first. And if it's not, then it goes through the application for Jordan's Principle, then it's approved to us. And then it's based on the amount that's approval. And from that part, we go ahead and provide the services. And like the other panelists have mentioned before, making sure that it's within, the scope, like a similar amount, right? So the other vendors are possibly not gouging, so to speak, that kind of route. But yeah, we engage with them to see what is available. We work with them when there's accommodations to be set up, and they're not set up with that particular agency, right? And then we work together that way. And then we work in, once the client's services are met, then we, like initially the feds and the provincial we'll work it out in the background, and the focus is to ensure that the client gets their needs, right?
Jessica, Kelly?
Also, for us, at least in the Atlantic region, there's an organization called APC, Atlantic Policy Congress, and they have an NIHB navigator. And that position has been instrumental for us at any point, at any time, with family permission, of course. We can connect with the NIHB navigator at Atlantic Policy Congress, and that person really acts as an ombudsman and a navigator for us. So if we have a question, and immediately dental coverage springs to mind. Again, with family permission, we connect with the navigator, and the navigator connects with NIHB and works it all out that way. And that's been amazing for us.
Lydia?
Yes, basically the same thing as the other two presenters had mentioned. Our navigators are working with the families. Usually the families are going to non-insured health benefits first, before coming to Jordan's Principal for an application. But as well, we have non-insured health benefit navigators here in Ontario that are now Jordan's Principal navigators work closely with as well to help and assist families navigating this whole system. So yes, non-insured is there beside us alongside with this work on Jordan's Principal.
Thank you, Lydia. What are the job requirements for the Jordan's Principal manager, service coordinator, and the assistant? What are the caseload sizes? That's a lot of questions.
It's a lot of questions. So right now, the way that we differentiate between service coordinator and manager is all of our service coordinators are working frontline. Most of them are from the community that they work in. Most of them are able to speak the language. What our position really entails is working more in the background. So we do more work liaising with the province, liaising with the federal government, kind of the way I like to, with the focal points, the way I like to say it is we're kind of in the background rowing the boat. And we're not necessarily, when we first started, we were doing a lot of frontline work, but as the program changed and grew and community needs changed, there was a real need for somebody in the background kind of pushing Jordan's Principal forward at a provincial level, at a regional level, and at a national level. So that's kind of, I guess, the difference between the service coordinator and the manager. And then the assistants really do almost the exact same thing as the service coordinator, except they defer to the service coordinator. The service coordinator takes the lead.
And community outreach.
And community outreach, yes.
In terms of caseloads currently, so we have 5 communities that we currently service.
Yep.
And there are 3 coordinators within the 5 communities, and each coordinator has approximately, I would say, 250 to 300 clients.
Wow. Is that like ideal?
No.
No.
Not at all. Not at all.
What would be a good ratio?
Probably if you were truly doing case management, I would say at
35?
maximum 35 to 40 clients.
Wow. So, I mean, in a best case scenario, you'd be building those coordinators more, right? More.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened is, again, it started out with 3 of us, and we learned pretty quickly that it was just impossible to manage that without help.
One more question, I think we have about 2 minutes left, is around some best practices on database management learned along the way.
I think we're in a spot. I think the main thing we've learned is moving from the filing system to a digital system is probably one of the best lessons we've learned, especially during COVID. And then in terms of the data, I mean, our database person has been a savior for us. They've structured it. They've taken what we had and they have managed it. Our data person who currently runs the data system, she's been instrumental. She makes sure that everything that needs to be in there is in there. And then anything that we may miss or anything that she's needing to follow up on, she marks it in the database so the rest of the team can see it and we can ensure that we do follow up and case management on it.
That was a big learning for us because we started off without a database. So, I'm not lying when I said Kelly had sticky notes everywhere trying to follow up. And then we got a database, but what happened was we had half hard copy, half digital, and then we put that expectation on our service coordinators and assistants to get all that in the database on top of doing your regular work, which of course was impossible. So then from there, we kind of realized that we need a dedicated data entry, data management clerk. So now we have a dedicated position for just that. And her sole job is getting that data in and managing that data and making sure that database stays up and running. And that was our aha moment.
I don't know if Julia, do you have any lessons learned? I think you had a little bit of a database happening, and I think Lydia's just starting, right? So Julia, I don't know.
Yeah, our database originally started with the enhanced service coordination component of it. And then when we started with the project of processing payments and on that side of it, we're incorporating it and developing that more, which we understand is absolutely important and critical. And yes, I agree with, Jessica, that it is a definite learning curve. But on the other aspect too, is it's a massive undertaking in the sense that for us, we're servicing all the First Nations in Alberta. So, there's that much. It's a great learning point, and it's just going to take more work for us to get there. And I'm excited to start on it.
So we can borrow Jessica's and Kelly's, I suppose.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
There you go. About you, Linda, how is the data conversation happening with the independent First Nations?
Well, we're not high tech. That's where we're old school still. Like I said, we're just working with QuickBooks on the financial and working with Excel. So our navigators are working with Excel. So we still have the paper files, those kinds of things, but we are interested in a database. I'm interested in looking to the other presenters and their databases. I want us to build on a good database. I've seen ISK's, their database. It is a good start, but I think there's more to their database that could be grown on that as well. So I see that we will need a database person just to manage our data as well.
Maybe that'll be a conversation for another conference or meeting or something, database. I want to thank you all for your present. We're completely out of time. I think I'm running over time now. Jessica, Kelly, Julia, Julien, and Lydia, thank you very much for your presentation. It's very, very informative. So thank you for that. Obviously, you've taken the conversation to another level. You've taken some responsibility yourselves as communities. And I think Julien put it best, that added service, that added value is probably appreciated by your family. So miigwech for that, and do take care. And I'm not sure, are you guys all on the agenda again tomorrow?
No.
And just checking. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
With that, we are at a break. So let's take another break. I know we have our lawyers gathering right now in the green room, talking legal strategy. So when they come out the presentation, they'll be completely ready for your questions. So let's take a quick break. Let's reconvene at 1:45. So 1:45 the hour, whatever hour you seem to be in or what region you're in. So back in 15. Miigwech, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, to the Assembly of First Nations virtual gathering on Jordan's Principle. My name is Matthew Krishane. I've been your host for the day and yesterday. Our next panel, our next workshop is on substantive equality in the context of Jordan's Principle. When you use the word substantive equality, things like that, well, what you do is you gather a bunch of lawyers together. That's what you do. You have a workshop, you bring all the expertise together to explain these big, large word things. That's why we do that. You can't be listening to me. I have nothing to add. So with that, I want to invite Sarah Clark, who's legal counsel for First Nations Child and Family Caring Society. Also David Taylor, who's also legal counsel for First Nations Child and Family Caring Society. And we're also joined by Stuart Wetke, who is the counsel for the Assembly of First Nations. So I delivered on the promise. I said that we'd bring a workshop of lawyers together. We have a workshop of lawyers together. I understand Sarah has to leave us because she has some law things to do. And so what we'll do is we'll start with Sarah, I go to David, and then we'll end with Stuart, and then we'll open the floor for questions. Sarah, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Good afternoon, everyone. As Matt mentioned, my name is Sarah Clark, and I've been working on the Caring Society file off and on since about 2008. And I'm happy to be joined today by David Taylor, who's also co-counsel on the ongoing complaint, and our good friend Stuart Wetke, who we've been working with all the way along this very long journey. So what the three of us propose to do today is to provide you with some, hopefully, background and some helpful tools on understanding the difference between substantive equality, which is what Jordan's Principle is really all about, and formal equality, which is another way of thinking about equality, but not, we would say, in keeping with what the tribunal has ordered in the case of the Caring Society and the AFN. So we'll start with the next slide. And what I'd like to do is just to talk a little bit about what the tribunal has said about substantive equality and how it fits into Jordan's Principle, and some of the things you might want to think about when making an application for Jordan's Principle, either for an individual child or also on a group request. So as we know, and if you were with us yesterday, certainly Jordan's Principle started out as this idea of ensuring that First Nations children had access to and were being given services and products that all other Canadian children were being given. And that would be considered what the tribunal has called the normative standard of care. So at the very beginning of the evolution of Jordan's Principle, the idea was that it was to be there to protect kids from falling through the gaps, so that governments couldn't say, well, a First Nations child is covered under the Indian Act, the federal government should fund it, or they were not, and the provincial government should fund it. And these disputes about who was providing the services or the care became the focus of the discussion. But what the tribunal has said, and what is now very clear in all of the orders that have since flowed on this particular question, is that it's not just about the normative standard. So what the tribunal has said here, this is a quote directly from the decision from 2017, and it says that furthermore, the emphasis on the normative standard of care or comparable services does not answer the findings in the decisions with respect to substantive equality and the need for culturally appropriate services. So it's no longer the case that simply because a non-First Nations child would potentially not get the requested services or product, that the First Nations child who is asking for that very thing would not get it. That is no longer the test. And hopefully by the end of today's presentation, it will be very clear as to why that's important and how you can support families and kids in making Jordan's Principle requests and making sure they get access to real substantive equality. Next slide, please. And so the tribunal goes on to talk about how really the normative standard is the minimal level of service. That is the starting point for thinking about whether or not a Jordan's Principle request should be granted. Really what the tribunal is asking the government to do, and frankly has ordered the government to do, is to think about the unique and specific circumstances of the child who needs the service or the product. To think about things like historic disadvantage, lack of services that have been available to kids, and really ensuring that appropriate culturally appropriate services are made available. It's not just about whether or not an off-reserve kid would be able to get the thing that is being asked for, but whether or not the product or service is actually going to support that child in making sure they can get access to real substantive equality. Next slide, please. So this is a great quote, and I want to thank my friend David Taylor here for putting this deck together today, and he put this great quote in. I think it's a really helpful example of what substantive equality really is. And this is the Supreme Court's decision of last year in the Fraser case. And it says that substantive equality requires attention to the full context of the claimant's group's situation and the persistent systemic disadvantages that have operated to limit the opportunities available to that group's members. So what the Supreme Court is really saying is when you think about equality, you cannot just think about the time in the moment. It's not temporal. It's actually situated in the circumstances and the history of that group or that person. So you have to actually think about what the experiences of a First Nations child has been, you know, where they grew up, where their parents grew up, how their family was impacted by residential schools, for example, to really think about whether or not the service or product that's being requested can actually help to support that child. Next slide, please. So this is a really good example of what you would maybe call formal equality on the left of my screen, called equality, and substantive equality or equity, which is on the right. And so as you can see in the formal equality example, all three folks here have one box. And the idea here is, you know, well, formal equality, everybody gets a box, so now everybody is equal. But when you're thinking about this type of approach through the lens of substantive equality, what you really want to do is make sure that everyone has equal opportunity. And so this example, you know, everybody wants to watch the baseball game, everybody gets a crate. But if you want to actually make sure that the little guy actually gets to see the game, then you have to change the parameters and the context for what the product or service is that you are giving. So here, the tall person, they don't need a crate, they don't get a crate. The little guy gets 2 crates and the middle guy gets 1. And this is a really good example of how substantive equality can be used in the context of Jordan's principle. Little guys need 2 boxes, tall guys need none. And it doesn't matter whether or not the normative standard is that everybody gets 1 box. Really, what we're trying to do is make sure that First Nations kids actually have the ability and the opportunity to really live their full lives at their full potential, which is what the Canadian Human Rights Act says, and what all kids are entitled to. So when you're thinking about making a Jordan's Principle request, and you're trying to frame your request within the context of substantive equality and what the tribunal has said it means and what kids are entitled to, we've put together a bunch of questions that you can ask yourself in making sure that the government understands why you're making the request and how the request will actually support a child or family's access to substantive equality. Next slide, please. So here are a couple of questions that you might want to ask yourself when you're filling out an application. Does the child have heightened needs for the service in question as a result of a historical disadvantage? So here you might want to be thinking about things like residential school, 60 scoop, but also other things like environmental disasters within a community, lack of drinking water, any kind of historical disadvantages that that unique community or family has experienced as a result of the federal government or provincial government discriminatory conduct towards that community within the history of our country. Would the failure to provide the service perpetuate the disadvantage by the child as a result of their race, nationality, or ethnicity? So again, you want to think about what's going to happen if this child does not have access to that service. How will that actually impact or make worse their disadvantaged position? Would the failure to provide the service result in the child needing to leave the home or community for an extended period of time? So this is particularly acute in things like education services, medical services, where other Canadian children have the opportunity and the ability to remain safely in their homes while they access services. If the child does not get this service in particular, are they going to have to leave their home or community, which of course in and of itself can actually cause harm to a child. Next slide, please. Would the failure to provide the service result in the child being placed at a significant disadvantage in terms of ability to participate in educational activities? So again, if you have a child that has any kind of cognitive disability or learning disability within an educational setting, are they going to need some kind of technology to support that ability to participate? And again, this comes back to not should all children have access to an iPad necessarily in the classroom, as an example, but perhaps for this particular child, they actually need that iPad in order to allow them to participate fully in school. So you want to make sure you're asking questions like that. Is the provision of support necessary to ensure access to culturally appropriate services? And I think this is really important to just pause here. We've had a lot of questions in the context of this case about how culturally appropriate services really fits into the equality framework. People have said not everybody has access to culturally appropriate services, so why should First Nations children have access to those services? And my response is always, well, First Nations children have had unique and devastating experiences of trauma in the history of this country, and that is not the case with all communities. And so we have to actually make sure, in order to support First Nations kids in actually realizing their full potential, to have access to those services. So it's not about does everybody get the exact same. It's about ensuring that everyone gets the exact same access to living their full potential. And culturally appropriate services are essential to supporting First Nations kids and their families. That was made abundantly clear in the evidence at the tribunal. Is the provision of support necessary to avoid a significant interruption in the child's care? Again, it's essential that in filling out these requests, you make it very clear to the government that if you don't provide that service or support, that the child actually might be removed. And the tribunal had a lot to say about the discriminatory impact of removing children from their families when services could safely keep them at home. So if you know that that's a possibility, even I would say a remote possibility, it's important to include that in your request. Next slide, please. And so here are some other questions about the provision of support, again, maintaining family stability, and then of course thinking about the individual circumstances with respect to their health, their condition of health, and whether or not they have a greater need for services. I would include as much information as you can in your request about how the product or service is actually going to support that child live to their full potential. Next slide, please. And the last question, and of course, Matthew was joking about lawyers. This is a non-exhaustive list. And that, of course, means that there's many other questions that you could ask and much more information that you could include in your request. So we don't want to limit people in any way, shape, or form. These are only suggestions. That's why it says non-exhaustive at the top. But the last question we would simply suggest is, would the requested service support the community or family's ability to serve, protect, and nurture its children in a manner that strengthens the community or family's resilience, healing, and self-determination? And again, I would always say more information that you provide, the better. I would use the term substantive equality in your requests. The federal government has been ordered to look at these requests through the lens of substantive equality. They generally know what it means. And certainly there are a lot of things in the decisions around Jordan's Principle that can support your request. So I would really urge those who are filling out these requests or helping families to fill out these requests to really think about these questions and to provide as much context and information as you can. And I think if you do that, and it's clear that what you're asking for is going to support kids in that way, that your request should generally be approved, subject to all the other caveats that I know are out there on Jordan's Principle. The lawyer in me has to, of course, say that subject to all the other caveats. So with that, I'm very sorry to leave you all today. I do have court at 2:00, so I'm going to jump off and I'm going to pass it over to David and Stuart. And I want to thank you for your attention today and hope that everyone has a really good rest of their day. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Sarah. And as Sarah mentioned, I'm David Taylor. So I'm counsel for the Caring Society. I've been working on the CHRT complaint since 2014. It's been my privilege to work with alongside Sarah for Dr. Blackstock and to work with Stuart as counsel for the co-complainants. Coming to you today from the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people in Ottawa. And it's great to be here to talk to you. So if I could have the next slide, please. So what I'd like to do is actually take you through two, I call them case studies. You could also call them examples. And so it's cases that either myself or one of my colleagues at my firm have helped communities or individuals with in appealing initial denials. You may have heard yesterday a little bit about the appeals process that ISC is working on right now to roll out later this year. And some of that has come out of the work that's been done following the CHRT orders between the parties. The present appeal process goes to Dr. Gideon, his Associate Deputy Minister, and one of the Assistant Deputy Ministers from ISC. And that gives essentially where there's been a denial the opportunity for the requesting either community or individual or family to kind of make a case as to why the initial denial was wrong. And so the two cases I'm going to talk to you a bit about today are ones in which the appeal was based on substantive equality not having been fully considered. And I want to try and show some of the ways that the factors that Sarah was talking about in those 9 questions might play out in a case. And in terms of those 9 questions, those are questions that ISC has agreed are relevant. They come from ISC's website, and they were developed between the parties as part of the implementation process following the CHRT orders. So the first case I want to talk to you about is a group request, and it's from a couple of years ago, and it's from Yukon. And in that case, there's a remote community in Yukon, or more remote than many communities in Yukon. I think there's a certain underlying degree of remoteness throughout the territory, of course. But that was Ross River. And in Ross River, they were looking for essentially a hot breakfast and lunch program for 90 First Nations children and youth, 5 days a week. And it was going to cover school-age children attending the Ross River School and kids in daycare. And so it was about a $425,000 request. It was for the remainder of the school year that they were in and the school year coming up. And the reason that it was denied was because it was beyond normative standard, and there was no evidence that it ensured substantive equality in the provision of services to the kids. So we assisted Council of Yukon First Nations with this appeal, and I can assure you we've got their permission to chat about this today with you. So if we go to the next slide, please. And we put forward actually a lot of evidence about substantive equality. And this isn't to say you always need this much evidence. In our view, it was a particularly glaring case, but I think gives a really good sense of the breadth of what you can cover in a case like this. And so this first case study is one in which there was a lot of evidence. The next one, there was a little bit less, but that was a case about an individual. So in this case, we noted the percentage of population in Ross River who are First Nations. It was almost an entirely First Nations community, 90%. We noted the fact that this community didn't have a self-government agreement, unlike most other First Nations in Yukon. A very large proportion of First Nations, citizens in Ross River were first or second generation descendants of the survivors of the local residential school. And we also noted there was a mine near the community. It opened in 1969 that had a significant impact on the community by depriving them of their traditional hunting, trapping, and fishing opportunities. Next slide, please. And so we had more factors about the mine. The mine came into the community, removed these traditional hunting, fishing, and trapping activities, and didn't provide any jobs in exchange. Closed in 98, so 20 years before this request was made, 21 years. Left behind, hundreds of thousands of tons of tailings and rocks. So again, the environmental impact persisted. In terms of other kinds of evidence, we had evidence from the principal of the local school who was talking about her experience and the teacher's experience of the impact of a lack of a program like this on the students. Many were coming to school hungry. That made it harder for them to focus and made it harder for them to learn. So again, in terms of reaching, equal outcomes, if you've got students who don't have a need for support like this and who can come to school and focus versus kids who do have the need for the support, those two students don't have the same opportunity to learn. And then, of course, a letter of support from the Yukon Chief Medical Officer of Health. Next slide, please. Apologies if anybody can hear my dog in the background. It's COVID realities there. And then we had, all of that information on the first slide was more specific to the community involved. This next information was more generic and general, which we would say, you can use both kinds of information. You can have information specific to the community, and you can have general information from which you can make inferences about the reality in the community. So here we were talking about the Canadian Institute of Health Information report from, I think it was 2015, that noted how important it is to have optimal learning environments for young children and essentially the negative consequences that can come with adverse childhood experiences. So speaking to the importance of dealing with hunger at school impeding learning and what that's going to mean for later outcomes in life. And then we also, of course, had information on the particular vulnerability of First Nations kids at the age of 5, both in Yukon and also more generally. The evidence showed that kids at 5 in Yukon are more at risk than kids at 5 across the country, and then even more so for First Nations generally across the country, the inference being it's even more acute needs for First Nations living in Yukon. Cited standardized test scores, differences and gaps in standardized test scores of grade 4 between First Nations students in Yukon and non-First Nations students, and then also median income data to talk about the underlying poverty conditions for First Nations living in Yukon as opposed to non-First Nations families. Next slide, please. So if I could just have the next slide. Great, thanks. And then the last few factors we talked about remoteness. So being 410 kilometers from Whitehorse on a difficult highway makes it more expensive to get access to quality food. Again, increasing the need. There had been some services in the community that the territorial government had removed and sent to a community that was 200 kilometers away, again on bad roads, making it even more difficult for families. And then again, more statistics related to income levels, and then of course noting that the program was not just to provide food, but traditional food. So again, speaking to that cultural component, and then also trying to make up a bit for the Faro mine and its impact on traditional activities on the community's territory. So the result of this, fortunately, was the appeal was allowed. The meal program went into place, and actually the Council for Yukon First Nations was able to go to other communities and make similar cases. And my understanding has kind of built a response for a group request across the territory for communities that are in difficult situations. So just shows the power of being, specific to, the community's condition, but also the community's place kind of within the broader circumstances that the territory or the kind of the local area faces, which is exactly the kind of thing that the Human Rights Tribunal was talking to in its, or speaking to in its decisions. If I could have the next slide, please. So this is a second case study. The first case study was obviously broad. We talked about 90 kids, $440,000, and that was ended up being rolled out to hundreds of kids, throughout the territories, if not thousands, in other similarly situated circumstances. This next one is about one kid living with one family, and a request for $20,000 to construct a covered outdoor therapy space for their 5-year-old son. I've anonymized both the community and the family just to protect everybody's privacy. But again, here I do have consent from our client to at least to tell you a bit about the circumstance. So in this case, family living in a remote community in northern British Columbia, living on their traditional territory, and their son was diagnosed with two conditions, one being unspecified anxiety disorder, and the other being regulatory disorder of sensory processing. And the recommendation from both the family physician and an occupational therapist was, this little guy needs to be outside, and not just outside running around, but outside doing, heavy work like climbing, swinging, throwing things around, and that this all is sensory stimulation that is going to help him continue in his development in light of these two conditions. And living where they, should I get the next slide, please? Living where they did in northern British Columbia, the request was for a covered play space in order to have, an area that 365, this young guy could go and get this hard work, this heavier physical activity in, which just wasn't possible to do indoors safely, and also wasn't possible to do outside if there's a ton of snow and having to shovel and try and create the space to do it. So the request was denied on the basis that the documentation provided didn't give enough information about substantive equality. So that's where we came in to assist on appeal. So if they could have the next slide, please. And so really here we were again citing to the issues around substantive equality. So in this case, the issues specific to this young boy's condition, and further detail from the professionals around the kinds of heavy physical activity required. So in that case, we're talking about substantive equality on the basis of not necessarily even just First Nations cultural identity or First Nations cultural circumstances, but just on the basis of a young child with these conditions requires, X, Y, Z opportunity in order to continue their development. We also noted the positive impact on the other kids in the family, and also the fact that because of the remote nature of the community, this young boy didn't have the same opportunity to access services as others. There was a weekly, essentially, standing therapy appointment that the family could go to. That was over an hour of travel each way, so not realistic to think that this can be a daily activity during the week. Even I think the week was once a week was a bit of a stretch. So again, important to say, this family needs more. It can't just be a weekly visit with an OT or a physical therapy assistant or anything like that. There needs to be something in the community. But again, given that we're in a remote area and not having as much built up infrastructure, there weren't the kinds of community amenities that this young family could use. There's no gym, a community gym, or no community recreation space that was going to meet the need. Next slide, please. And also including the harsh local weather conditions. It's not like we're in beautiful Victoria or Vancouver where you've got to just put your rain slicker on and most days you can go out and enjoy your outdoors. We're in northern British Columbia here where there's quite a bit of snow and other harsh weather in the winter, including the cold and wind. And so in this case, the other element, of course, that we brought into it was the importance for the family of remaining in the community. So this is not really an answer to this family to say, okay, we'll move to a bigger center or move down south where your son will have better access to services, because once you do that, you've broken the link to the traditional territory and, of course, all of the important cultural components that come along with that, including traditional hunting, fishing, and trapping. And so in the end, on the basis of all those factors put together, the appeal was allowed and the family received the funding to provide for the space. So that's essentially the two case studies I was hoping to put to you this morning. And so really just the things to remember on this is like Sarah was saying, it's to step into not just the child's perspective, but also the community's perspective. What are the things that make achieving the same outcomes as the balance of Canadian society more difficult in light of the specific history and the specific geographical considerations of the place that we're dealing with. And in these two instances and others, we've had some success on appeal in really spelling that out for ISK and providing more detail as opposed to less in a clear and straightforward manner is always a good approach to take in these circumstances. So thanks very much for your attention, and I'll hand it over to Stuart. I don't have lawyer things to do, so I'll be here for questions after Stuart's presentation as well. Thanks very much.
So good afternoon. Once again, my name is Stuart Wetke. I'm legal counsel with the Assembly of First Nations. I've been involved in the First Nation Child and Family Caring Society complaint against Canada for over 10 years. It's been quite a long journey, and hopefully one that results in positive outcomes for First Nations. So again, much like Mr. Taylor, I'm visiting you from Ottawa. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional territories of the Algonquin Nation that I'm currently residing on. So we've been asked to provide some thoughts on substantive equality in the context of Jordan's principle. And with respect to that, I concur with all the comments that both Sarah and David had expressed earlier. Next slide. So really, when you look at formal equality and substantive equality, there are basically two types of legal scenarios or definitions that we would look at. Formal equality, as both David and Sarah talked about, was really providing everybody with the same services or the same tools or the same equipment. And essentially, that's what they would view as formal equality. But basically, nobody gets special consideration. And this approach really assumes that everybody will have the same outcomes if they're given the same opportunities. Whereas substantive equality really takes a deviation from that and recognizes that if you provide the same tools or results or same rules to everybody, that there will not be true equality, especially with equality of opportunity. That each individual has their own personal adversities, obstacles that they have to overcome, and it's just pretty much the same with respect to living one's life. Next slide. So a quote from the Honorable Claire Leroux-Dubé, and basically she says that equality is not really about being treated the same, and it's not a mathematical equation waiting to be solved. Rather, it's about human dignity and full membership in society. It's about treating people with equal concern, equal respect, and equal consideration. These are the values that underline equality. These are not values that are offended when we discriminate or consciously or not. Next slide. So really, substantive equality recognizes, it's a legal principle that recognizes that in order to address discrimination, much as we found in Jordan's principle or the provision of child welfare in First Nation communities, that there are a number of elements such as discrimination, marginalization, unequal distribution of resources, wealth, all those issues really have an impact on a community's ability to address a concern or a family's ability to address any specific needs that a First Nation child may have. Substantive equality also looks at achieving true equality of outcomes, and this is achieved through equal access, equal opportunity, and basically providing services and benefits that meets the specific needs and unique circumstances of individuals seeking such services. And this could take into account, as both David and Sarah pointed to, cultural, social, economic, and historical disadvantage that a family, a child, or a community may face. Substantive equality is also both a process and an end goal. It seeks to acknowledge that, all individuals have to overcome barriers in their lives. And by removing those barriers and providing tools or services for people to overcome those barriers more easily will close any gaps individuals may face. Next slide. So when we look at historic disadvantage or substantive equality in the First Nation context, there are a number of historical events that we have to take into consideration. I mean, obviously, there's the whole process of colonization. Prior to the European contact, we all recognize that First Nations lived in healthy societies, distinct cultures, and they were able to exercise their jurisdiction freely. And a lot of the social problems we encounter today really did not exist or were minimal in previous times. Colonization, the encroachment on our traditional territories, putting First Nations on small parcels of land and reserves, really has had an impact on the quality of life for First Nations people. There's also the Indian residential schools, a system that was set up to de-Indianize the First Nation population by basically attacking First Nation children, separating them from their culture and their norms and the values that they had, and basically trying to implant really alien concepts in the First Nation population. Day schools operated much in the same way, trying to encourage First Nations people to forget traditional ways and some of the spiritual and social aspects of our society, and to sort of adopt more European ones. The 60 Scoop came next, where children, again, wholesale groups of children were removed from their families and sent out for adoption. Today we have overrepresentation in the criminal justice system. And we also have, can you go back to the previous slide, please? Can you go back to the previous slide? Sorry. And you also have gaps in income. So if you look at the gaps of income, the red marker is what First Nations families currently have, and it's fairly minimal compared to these are First Nation children. First Nation families on reserve individuals. Second, the blue columns, First Nations individuals living off reserve, and then you have the rest of the Canadian. And really, there's a huge disparity of economic wealth between First Nations and non-First Nations. And last of all, of course, there's presently there's a lot of First Nations children in foster care. So when you look at all these factors and you're looking at substantive equality, it's just not enough to say that if you provide First Nations children with some services that other Canadians get, or other social services that other Canadians may get, education, it may not be enough to overcome this whole historical baggage and the current impacts it has on today's communities. Clearly, when you're looking at Jordan's principle and providing a service to individuals, you have to look at the whole historical context, the common history that all First Nations people have, and tailor programs to address the various aspects of that. Next slide. So individual factors you may want to consider as well, and this is not an exhaustive list as well, but really when you look at individuals, there are many outcomes or incidences that really impact the services that a First Nation person may need. I mean, there's health consequences. Are they healthy or are they not? Do they have special, health requirements that needs to be assessed? Education is another thing. Of course, the higher education you attain, your outcomes in life tend to be a bit higher than if you have very little education. There's access to transportation, for instance. I mean, if you have a car, you can drive to work relatively easily. You face less obstacles than individuals who have to take public transit by bus, for instance, or by walking to the bus if they're carded by police, stopped every now and then. These are issues that really have an impact and really pose barriers for individuals getting to work or getting to school that other Canadians may not face if they have a car. They can easily just drive from their home to university. There's employment again. I mean, the better your employment is, the more positive outcomes you have for you and your children. If you have a not very good employment standards, clearly it has an impact. There's issues with respect to food security. Do you have enough food in your house to feed your family? Is that food healthy? Are you able to, provide alternatives to sort of like junk food, pizza pop, or you can cook, home cooked meals, that type of thing. Housing is an issue. Do you have to share a house with individuals? Do you have your own house for you and your family? Language, disability, again. These are all factors that one should look at in addressing systemic issues that Jordan's Principle funding or Jordan's Principle service may address. I mean, when you look at it, contextually, if you have a group of people running a 100-meter race and they're all lined up at the start line, that pretty much symbolizes where we all are at birth. We're all pretty much in the same way. You may have individuals in that race that have a crutch. Other individuals, they may have a bunch of obstacles in front of them in their lane. So some of them very difficult to climb over. Some of them may be held back by various things. Once the gun goes off or everyone started racing, the people with less obstacles in front of them clearly get to the end line faster, a lot easier than all those other individuals that are being held back, obstacles thrown in front of them, and especially those with disabilities. So it's really looking at that. What do you need to do to remove obstacles for an individual, especially in Jordan's Principle case, for people to get the services they require so they can excel in life and get to the same endpoint as other individuals. And that is a very difficult task. And both Sarah and David pointed to factors that one may consider in developing a Jordan's Principle application. But really, you have to look at the individual and their individual needs and the oppression they face or the obstacles they encounter in life in order to develop a really good Jordan's Principle plan for an individual. Next slide. So So in the First Nation context, systemic equality really recognizes that First Nations will need additional supports to achieve the same outcomes as other Canadians. It's just not enough to give them the kindergarten, grade 12 education, for instance, similar to other Canadians. There has to be more that's put forward. And that's really to address some of the historic disadvantages as well, such as the Indian residential schools and the impact that type of education has had for our communities. There has to be an acknowledgement of the barriers that lead to inequality for First Nations people in the first place. And there must be a recognition that people do not start off in the same position, that unique circumstances in one's life or unique obstacles that are put in front of them really have to be dealt with in order to assist people to get them to the same level as other Canadians or provide them with the same opportunities. Next slide. And this is also true with respect to First Nation women and girls who have additional considerations and obstacles to encounter. First of all, is the economic disadvantage experienced by many First Nation women after divorce or separation. Typically, single mothers have a harder time making ends meet. That provides a number of adversities that they must overcome. Women have a disproportionately high responsibility for childcare. There may be some spousal violence that they would have to deal with. And really important is the marginalization of First Nation women within society. We all know from the missing and murdered Indigenous women inquiry, also with respect to the various reforms to the Indian Act membership, citizenship, that First Nation women have been particularly attacked by government policy and government officials in the context of the Indian Act registration. In the past, if a First Nation woman married a non-Native man, she lost her status, her children lost their status. Therefore, they were marginalized by society through government policy. That has sort of been corrected, but there's still some inequities that remain. And obviously, we know through the inquiry that if a First Nation woman went missing or girl went missing, police at the time really didn't take an interest in looking for them or providing search parties to look for them. So really, First Nation women have it far worse than First Nation males with respect to addressing substantive equality. And these additional factors will have to come into play in addressing various programs for them. Next slide. So I'll speak a bit about the Human Rights Tribunal. So next slide. So the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal did make rulings with respect to substantive equalities and requiring the government to provide better services for First Nations individuals. A bit of background of the case that David pointed to. Really, First Nations child welfare agencies were being underfunded, chronic underfunding for a number of years. They weren't able to offer prevention services to keep the child in the home. And what services were provided were really lacking in many ways. So it created a perverse incentive for individuals to be apprehended. So children be apprehended in order to provide a various service for individuals. One area that was particularly concerning is with respect to families who had children with multiple or medical conditions or disability that they couldn't necessarily address. So like, for instance, if someone was disabled and they needed some various wheelchairs, crutches, or a ramp to get into your home, normally First Nation, non-insured health benefit services from the government of Canada would only allow you to have one of those products every 2 years, which obviously wouldn't be sufficient to cover the specific needs of that individual. So in other cases, there's some access to medication that individuals needed. But really, what it pointed out to in the human rights case is that a lot of these individuals voluntarily gave up their home. Voluntarily gave up their children so they can be provided with the various services that were required. And this is where Jordan's principle could have come in useful to keep the child in the home, to ensure that the child was not apprehended in the first place. But really, families were giving up their children. These children are being taken away from them, put into foster homes, and then the wheelchairs, the ramps, the other mobility devices were provided. And they were provided to strangers to provide that care for a child. Meanwhile, the child's family, who had loving parents, loving families, siblings, were separated from these individuals, and it was completely unnecessary. So the Human Rights Tribunal really spoke about that, saying it was one of the worst cases of discrimination that the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal has ever encountered in its history. Quite strong words from the tribunal. So essentially what the tribunal had ordered is that Canada is required to provide funding to ensure substantive equality in the provisions of services to a child. And those services should be culturally appropriate and also in the best interest of a child. Essentially required Canada to provide services to First Nation children on and off reserve for benefits, programs, goods, and services in a manner that met their particular needs. Again, this isn't like we're providing all First Nation children community with this. It was meant to address specific needs of individual First Nation children. And it would also apply to all public services. And what was important is that the tribunal said that, the services should also include those that are beyond the normative standard of care to ensure that substantive equality and culturally appropriate services would be provided. Next slide. So with respect to comments, the tribunal's comments on substantive equality, they essentially said that substantive equality in Canada's international obligations require that First Nations children on reserve be provided with child and family services of comparable quality and accessibility as those provided to all Canadians off reserve, including that they may be sufficiently funded to meet the real needs of First Nation children and families and do not perpetuate historic disadvantage. And secondly, the provision of culturally appropriate services the provision of culturally appropriate services, the needs of each individual child must be considered and evaluated and take into account the needs that stem from historical disadvantage. And the tribunal was very effective in looking at the historic disadvantage. Evidence was provided to the tribunal with the impacts of the Indian residential schools, the intergenerational trauma, and sort of that whole government's way of thinking and dealing with First Nation children throughout our history, our recent history. Next slide. So important that the tribunal also stated that Jordan's principle should be applied to the principle of standard equality to enable First Nation children to receive additional assistance where necessary. This makes it possible to go beyond provincial services when they are sufficient. So for instance, it's not enough for Canada to say, well, First Nation children that are funded by the provinces do not get glasses, but First Nations may get glasses under the non-insured health benefit program. It's not really, basically the tribunal saying the government cannot use that justification, saying that just because other Canadian children get it, it shouldn't be offered. Essentially, the tribunal said when a government service is not necessarily available to all of the children or is beyond a normal standard of care, the government department of first contact will still evaluate the individual needs of the child to determine if the requested services should be provided to ensure substantive equality and provision of services, to ensure culturally appropriate services to the child and safeguard the best interest of the child. And this is basically, this tribunal is telling Government Canada, just because other services are not provided to other children, you still need to look at the specific interests and needs of First Nation children to provide the services to them. Next slide. So some final thoughts on directions regarding substantive equality. So the tribunal really provided some direction to Canada saying that, in addressing substantive equalities, Canada should look at providing needs and opportunities equal to other individuals. You can't perpetuate historic disadvantage. You have to address historical harms. You have to narrow the gap between First Nations children and the rest of Canadian society. You must meet the real and particular specific needs of First Nation children, and those services must be culturally appropriate. Next slide. And once again, thank you for your attention, and it was a pleasure to be here with you today.
Thank you, Stuart. I felt that we should have had a during your entire presentation with the sun coming in there. And I was going to say, go to the light, Stuart, go to the light. It's suddenly what we had different view as the time went by. We had some, in my mind, all I could hear was, oh. Thank you very much for that presentation. That very important topic. How does something get denied from substantive inequality? I mean, the Indian Act, the old colonization, who is not faced with substantive inequality in terms of First Nations? It almost makes me think of the idea of chronic homelessness, and the argument being, if you're Indigenous and homeless, you're chronically homeless because of the systemic inequalities that exist out there. So how is something denied? Like, that's what I don't understand. Where is the logic saying, oh no, there is no substantive inequality here?
That's one thing the Caring Society has raised more than once with ISK, in terms of who bears the burden of showing the substantive equality circumstances. Is it a matter of, ISK saying here's why it doesn't apply, or is it a matter of the person making the request saying it does? And for the moment, the system we're stuck with is that the requester has to put forward the specific grounds on it. But we would say that the focal points should be having reference to their general information on communities. They have databases at ISK that say here's what this community, here are the circumstances they face. So they won't know what every individual family faces, obviously. Like that's the reality of every household. But when I was mentioning Ross River, they'll know about the Faro mine. They'll know about the condition of it being hundreds of kilometers away from other centers. So, our view is that ISK should be bringing that lens to the request. But things get denied often because it's a matter of, well, here's how the request has been put together, and there wasn't enough specific information. And you see, like I had those lines in my presentation, the not enough specific information or no demonstrated link. Like you kind of get these boilerplate responses that come back in denial letters, and that's something we see when we work on appeals all the time.
So the question I would have is that should not every application include a preamble, a substantive inequality preamble? That way you don't have to, come back again and argue some kind of substantive inequality, and you would have it as a template. I guess the question here, why isn't there a template available for applications based on substantive inequality? I think everybody who puts in a proposal could put at least, a preamble to illustrate inequality. I mean, just the imposition of the Indian Act, the continual inequalities that exist there, the continual systemic racism that continues, right? So I'm wondering, can we just stick that preamble in the front there and let everybody know that there is substantive inequality, and there should no longer be any refusals or denials based on that argument?
Well, part of the issue is where does they say the rubber hits the road, and because substantive equality is always a case by case assessment, it's not something that always lends itself to boilerplate or form filling. It's really about what is the lived experience for this child and why do they need this particular service. And so I think a lot of this should be in the dialogue between the focal point and the requester, and the focal point needs to come to that dialogue with an understanding and a knowledge of the historical injustices and frankly continuing injustices that are caused by a lot of this colonial past. So I haven't seen the most recent version of the claim form lately. It should have information in there, in my view, not should as in I think it does, but should as in it ought to, about substantive equality. Certainly ISK's publicly available information online about Jordan's principle, those 9 questions Sarah spoke to, those are front and center in there about substantive equality. So there should be as much information given from focal points to requesters, because not everybody comes to this process as a lawyer, and you shouldn't need a lawyer to navigate this process. And there should be things that if we're seeing a lot of requests denied on the same basis, that ISK kind of takes note and says, oh, this is a place for further training of focal points, that focal points understand what the background is here. So I absolutely agree with you that we shouldn't be reinventing the wheel every time. But it's hard to say that there's one kind of, here's the cookie cutter for substantive equality, because substantive equality isn't a cookie cutter. And if you use a cookie cutter, you risk losing the particular needs that don't fit the mold, because it's all about outcomes and not about where you're starting from.
I would agree with David.
Sorry.
Clearly, the more information you provide in your application, the better. You're dealing with federal bureaucrats. Some of them haven't lived a life experience as many First Nations people have, and they may not be well aware of the various, obstacles or adversities that First Nation claimants may have in applying for the service. So really, in many cases, a lot of people have spent time educating individuals about their particular circumstances, the history of the community. And it'd be, if there could be a better process, but really that's, providing the explanation and the rationale through the application process is important, especially if you look at, something that's above the normative standard and trying to justify why a child needs a particular service. It's crucial that information be provided to ensure that those assessing the application actually understand some of the circumstances behind it, as opposed to judging it from a standpoint of, I live in Ottawa, I'm looking at this application, and I really don't know what the circumstances are of that community. And they're judging it by maybe not fair criteria.
I guess the question would be, another question we have here, is there support available for families or requesters in the appeals process, and how can this support be accessed? And I guess another question was around the focal point being the person applying, right? Is that what you mean by the focal?
So the focal point is the ISC employee who receives the request. So you're and again, apologies if I'm kind of lawyering too hard here, but if you've got your requester, that's the person who needs the service. Either it's a parent on behalf of the child, or a service coordinator or a community on behalf of the child. And then the focal point is each region has a certain number of focal points, and they receive the request for a particular child or group of children, and then make a call, and then they have the authority to approve, but they don't have the authority to deny. That has to go up to somebody else in ISC in order to ensure that there's some consistency. So that was the question on focal point. I'm sorry, there's the other aspect of your question. The support in the appeal process, right? So certainly that's one part of this ombuds function that we're talking about, and also there's going to be an appeals secretariat at some point that will kind of take some of the burden off of claimants in terms of navigating that appeal process. And then obviously the Caring Society is always a good organization to reach out to with questions if there's been a denial. And then in some cases, there are lawyers who can assist. My firm, we've done a few of them. I'm sure there are others out there that have done some help, but there can be that help in navigating. But the Caring Society's position, looking at appeals as part of the CHRT, has always been that there needs to be some kind of support that doesn't burden the claimants in order to help them get through. It's not their fault they've got denied. It's not their fault they may need some assistance in better explaining or providing more information to ISC. And so there's to us a combination of the ombuds function, an appropriate secretariat within ISC that's separate from the focal points. If you don't want the focal points just re-reviewing their own decision, there should be other folks who are there to kind of test it. And that's not unheard of in the federal space. Veterans have a whole separate and independent appeal process, including Department of Justice lawyers who are there to advocate, on behalf of veterans. I'm not saying that's necessarily appropriate here. It's an entirely different context, but we know the federal government is willing to do this in other sectors. So it's certainly possible here, in my opinion.
Did you want to add, Stuart? Or?
No, I think that's what's important, of course, is helping individuals navigate the complex system. And it is very complex. It's not just simply filling out an application and there you go. It's a lot easier today than it has been in the past. But trying to find, helping people to sort of connect the dots to make a good case to the Government of Canada is a daunting task for many individuals. It's not an easy process, and we agree that there should be more help provided to individuals to access Jordan's Principle and helping them fill out their Jordan's Principle applications. Again, the need is out there, and which we saw in the last number of years, of course, is the exponential growth of Jordan's Principle applications and requests that are being approved by the Government of Canada. Before there was zero, then there was a handful of them. Now it's over 800,000. So it has grown quite a bit, and so more and more people are successful in navigating the process, but it is still fairly complex.
And sorry, just one thing to cut in. Apologies. Is even though my understanding is that the percentage of denials is still it's relatively low, but the issue is even when you've got a small percentage, if it's a small percentage of a big number, that's still a big number at the end of the day. So even if we're talking 1 or 2% denials on 800,000 services, that's still a lot. And so the process needs to be able to receive that And, we are seeing, backlogs with the appeals sometimes as well, where there's just, there's a lot of cases in line and you're waiting for a couple of months to get an answer back or longer. So, it's just really important that ISC has the resources dedicated not just to supporting the requests that are approved, but also to supporting folks who are denied and need either more assistance or more consideration to get their particular circumstances approved.
You provide us with a couple of case studies. I'm wondering, the question we have here is, how long does it take for appeals to be resolved? I guess, you had that one case with the school and the food. So did it take 6 months and they were into the next year until they got their decision? So I'm wondering about the timeline.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at my notes. I want to say that the case with the school, it was a couple of months. It wasn't an inordinately long time, but that was before at least my understanding, the volume of appeals really ramped up. The second case was actually one that took quite a long time. I think that was almost 8 or 9 months for that request to come back. And so actually what happened in that case, my understanding is the family had gone ahead and found some resources to do the work. And then ended up ultimately in the end being reimbursed because I think in that case, dad had built the outdoor play space. And so it was really a question of, materials and all those things. So that is certainly a key consideration. In my view, it should be we should be looking at a 30-day turnaround, something like that, because it's they're typically straightforward questions. It's what's the reason that the appeal the request wasn't approved. What do you need to put together? And so once you have all your material in, it shouldn't take more than a month or two to get back to you on a response. And the delay would really be the fact that there may be 60 other requests in there, and even when the new appeal process is brought in, we'll have 12 decision makers, and so there's some understanding you've got only a certain number of cases you can do at a time, but it needs to be streamlined, so that these things can get considered quickly, because they're all about services for kids, and we know the difference between grade 1 and grade 2. That's a big difference in the life of a kid. So you want these things, if they're going to be approved, to go through quickly so the kid gets the benefit of them right away.
When you talk about the amount of requests going like from 0 to just exponentially growing, I don't know if that's an example of inequality, like the fact that previously there was no access, now you have access.
Absolutely, it absolutely is. And a lot of these needs are needs that were there before. The tribunal didn't make this order, and then all of a sudden the needs appeared. I mean, these needs were out there and not being served. And what's happened with the orders is there is now a way for them to come forward, these needs to be met. And so the number is absolutely a reflection that there is a lack of substantive equality out there. Although we do also know that, I think it's something like 65% of services are just normative standard. So it's things that kids should be receiving anyway, and they're not because of gaps or whatever other reason. But 35%, again, still a big number when you're talking about 800,000. That's out there for substantive equality. So and particularly in trying to streamline things, if you can find some way to make sure that the normative standard is being addressed as a matter of course, then you can focus the resources of the process on that 35% that's substantive equality. And that should speed things up for the substantive equality kids, because we're not taking up, the kind of a big half on these things that kids should be getting anyway.
There's another question from our audience. Can a non-status child access services based on substantive equality, for example, dental services?
So that would depend, Stuart, sorry, I'm jumping in here. That would depend on the eligibility criteria from the tribunal. And we talked a little bit about that in our presentation yesterday. So there was this order last summer that set out for non-status kids, if you live on reserve, if you're recognized as a member by your community, or if you have one parent who does have status, then they get through the door in terms of consideration on Jordan's principle, and then the substantive equality factors would apply in the same way, which is it's a case-by-case, household-by-household assessment. But if it's a non-status kid who doesn't fall in those 3 criteria that the tribunal laid out in the order, then they wouldn't have consideration under the Jordan's principle process, because the tribunal hasn't included them in the definition of eligibility for Jordan's principle. Of course, that's before the federal court. If the federal court overturns it, which is what Canada's asking for, then it could well be different. But that's kind of where the position stands now. So Stuart, I don't know if you had anything to add.
Yeah, no, the only thing I'd add to that is Canada has indicated that it will apply a residency standard as well to Jordan's principle. So if you're a resident, ordinarily resident on a reserve, so for instance, if you have a non-native family living on reserve that's a teacher, for instance, their child may be entitled to Jordan's principle services as a resident of a First Nation community. Other than that, the other thing that Tribunal picked up on was, children that are recognized by their First Nation as a citizen. So they may not necessarily have Indian status, but they would be recognized as a member of the First Nation and with full citizenship rights of the First Nation, and they would be covered under Jordan's principle as well. So in those very limited circumstances, someone without status may be able to acquire services under Jordan's principle. But again, it is very limited and it's not open to all Canadians.
They will remind me of that, the person who receives the application. What would you call them?
That's called a focal point.
A focal point. Okay. Is there any value in maybe training focal points? There has to be some commonality around inequality, say for Alberta, right? Or the experience of Alberta in terms of that being a focal point, in terms of educating those people that they should have a background, at least understand the inequality environment that they're operating in, right? I just find it still floored that someone might be denied for around inequality or substantive inequality. So I don't know why it's bugging me so much, but that seems to be.
No, it does make sense that individuals should be trained or have some background experience in First Nations, at least understanding of the history of it, of the circumstances of First Nation communities. That would go a long way. I mean, having focal points right now is better than what it was before, where there were no focal points and applications just went wherever into some ether that nobody knew where they were. It was hard to keep track of your application. So focal points on one hand is an improvement in the process for Jordan's principle. However, when it comes to employees of the federal government, we can't dictate who they employ in various services or positions. It really becomes an employment issue. But clearly, Canada could do, we feel, a better job in ensuring that people are occupied as positions are trained and have the necessary capacity to evaluate these applications.
And that's part of the long-term reform we're looking for, in the complaint. Because we got these orders on Jordan's principle kind of at the front end, which is this is, the immediate relief to try and affect resolve the discrimination now as much as we can. But the other part of that is, once it's stopped, make sure it doesn't happen again. And so there is work ongoing, between Caring Society, Ifn, and Canada to develop these, training, elements for not just focal points, but everybody who's dealing with First Nations kids in ISK, because it's so vital that they understand what life is like actually for these families, as opposed to, what we might think, living in Ottawa or wherever we live and not having had that life experience.
Might there be a role? We just had the previous panel talking about administrative models, the assisting families, adding that added value added to, decisions when they get the equipment or support that they need, then they can add that value. Is there potentially a role for those kinds of organizations to assist? Maybe it's, in the first description to ensure that if there's a substantial inequality argument to be made. And then secondly, in the appeals process, do you see perhaps, some supports organizational wise for First Time?
I think there is a role organizations could have. We've had such services in the past when it came to, assisting people in residential schools, settlement process, or other processes where, employees of various organizations provided that assistance. I think that's definitely there's value in that. One issue, of course, that we would have to consider is the private nature of some of these requests. Some of them are in of medical origin or dealing with people's private information. And it becomes more difficult to sort of protect that privacy when you have a number of layers or organizations dealing with an application. So, there are a number of things we would have to look at in developing that infrastructure to ensure that information can remain confidential, especially when you're looking at small knit communities. You don't want everyone knowing, particularly for child needs a certain services, especially if it's like mental health related or something like that, where information can get out and it could cause further harm to the child. So there are real issues that we need to ensure that are maintained, and there's sort of walls built around to ensure that the integrity of the process, it remains intact.
I would imagine that those administrative models must have that already in terms of putting in the proposals, right? So I guess just making sure that the added layers there when you're talking about the specifics of each individual case. I have no more questions. I got an email saying that we're running over, but I think I'm okay. I think I got about a minute left, so I think we're doing quite well. I want to thank you guys. I don't have any other questions. I don't know if you have any last comments. I got about a minute.
Now, the one thing I would say is when you're dealing with Jordan's principal cases, one thing that really is heartfelt by those of us working on the child welfare case is the mental anguish and suffering a lot of parents and families have in trying to get services for their children that desperately need them. And that was one of the hardest things working on this case, is to sort of address those concerns that people's children are unnecessarily suffered because their application process was taking too long or services were denied. And as a parent and community member, it really is heartbreaking when you see that struggle, and especially when parents have to go through that process alone. And clearly we can all do a better job in supporting those individuals.
Yeah, and I think the only thing I'd say left, and that's kind of flowing on Stuart's comment, is, it can be very discouraging for a family when they get a denial. But, the appeal process exists for a reason, and there are things that can be done on appeal sometimes. And so there's a 1-year period to appeal after a denial. And if, folks you're working with require support, reach out to the Caring Society. They're a good first stop. My hope is once this ombuds function is in place, we'll have, something that's not a nonprofit NGO, doing this. It's something that's a little more, purpose-built, to help families, but do reach out and do try and bring it forward, because it's we have seen families that have got approved, a number of them after going up on appeal.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your work out there. I don't know if you're involved in those cases, but I'm sure they appreciate your efforts in those cases. Thank you very much, Stuart, for your presentation. Thank you, David, and thank you, Sarah, who is very busy right now, already in court. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Do take care and get vaccinated.
Bye.
Take care.
As soon as I can. Thanks.
So with that brings us to the end of our agenda today. I think I'm running only about 2 or 3 minutes late, but that's not bad. That's not bad at all. I want to go slowly so our ASL translation can keep up with us. I know I probably talk too fast at times, so I do want to apologize for that. I'll do better tomorrow. I'll go slower. Tomorrow. So today was an awesome day. I mean, we had, part one, care and service models, Gwen, Kelly, Jessica, and Julien taking us through some models for care out there, the innovative things that are happening out there. We got part B, which was administrative models, which we got some examples of what the communities are doing collectively. We got, we had Alberta, we had Nova Scotia again joining us. We had Ontario talking about the independent First Nations. And of course, Julien is there telling us the perspective nationally in terms of what they're seeing, within the department. And then we just finished, of course, with the workshop around substantive equality. And that was a fascinating conversation. I don't know if everyone else was getting, just getting angry over here, but Stuart calmed me down, so I'm okay. And I think, I think this conversation is going to be continuing. I think, we're going to find that we need more supports out there. Families need some more supports, and I'm sure we'll come together as communities to make sure that support is provided. I want to go over what we have planned for tomorrow. But before I do that, I just want to say that we had some other questions that I didn't bring to the panelists. I had a pile for some of them that I never had a chance to get to. But rest assured, we will follow up with you. We'll make sure that the questions that you asked will be answered. Go to the AFN website. I don't know if the presentations happen today will be there yet, but I know that some of them, the agenda, the supporting documents are all on the AFN website, afn.ca. And I believe there's a link button at the bottom of your screen that you can also click and go directly to those supporting documents. And eventually all the PowerPoint presentations will be on the AFN website as we continue this conversation. Tomorrow, March 11th, day 3. We start again, 11 a.m. We ask that you join us perhaps 10 minutes before, make sure all the technical issues are taken care of and you're able to join us and participate fully. Tomorrow we have supporting First Nations youth into adulthood. And I think that was one of the topics we talked about, one of the challenges when people turn 18 or become age of majority and the need for the continual support. We have a huge panel for that conversation. I mean, I was looking at the panel. We got Marie Frawley-Henry, we got Dominic Ireland, we got Marcel Balfour, we got Amanda Miawasij. We have Julien, who's joining us again, Castanet. We have Kate Thompson. We have Louise Paris, all to talk about that topic. And then in this second part of our day tomorrow, we'll be talking with Naomi Metallic and Shelby Thomas, who are talking about Jordan's principle, ombudsman role and function, which David spoke a little bit about or hinted on, but there is a conversation around this whole ombudsman role. And we'll end our day tomorrow on First Nations Health Consortium Service Coordination Research Project. It was such a complicated thing to read. I feel that maybe we need a panel of lawyers, but nope, not this one. This one's going to be G. Barry Phillips, Carol Blair, and again, Julien Castanet. Julien is like our anchor. He's like, keeps us in one spot, making sure that we talk about everything and we get his perspective on what they're doing in each of these topic areas. So quite the day. Looking at my rest of my announcements, see if I have anything left to say. Let me see. One last thing. I think I have one more announcement. Have a nice evening, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow. Do take care.